Ruston. Senator Ruston.
Order. Senator Ruston. Senator Ruston,
This is Senator Ruston,
point.
everybody, this morning. Senator Ruston has been so helpful in getting so many bills through over as manager of opposition business. But anyway, are you intending, Senator?
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston, you've just taken 12 minutes to put your point of view. The time now, you need to be silent. Minister Wong, please continue.
Well, I move that the motion be now put.
So we're going to put the motion. Yes, we're dealing with the. Senator Ruston, shall I just give you the chair? Right. So we're dealing with the amendment as moved by Senator Ruston to Senator. Yes, beg your pardon, I'm jumping ahead. The question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the aye. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Senator Wong, are you seeking the call?
Rather than having a fight, we are supporting your amendment, so I'm proposing that we close this debate so we can vote on the amendment that we are supporting.
I have moved that the question be put and a division was called by the opposition. Yes.
Seeking clarification that the division that we're currently in is the question by Senator Wong to put the question. This is not a division on the question before the chair. Thank you.
That's right.
To put the question on the matter before the Senate, which is Senator Ruston's amendment.
Yes. Division is cancelled. Thank you. Order. Order. There are way too many people interjecting. Question now is that the amendment as moved by Senator Ruston be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senators, I have called about 3 times. There are way too many senators standing up. If you're not participating in debates, please leave the chamber. Also, the advisors at the back of the room need to be sitting down, not wandering around. So the question now is that the motion is moved by Senator Gallagher be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? It is the motion as amended as moved by Minister Gallagher. Minister Wong.
I appreciate that there's been a bit of confusion on that side. As I understand it, the opposition or the chamber gave Senator Gallagher leave to move the hours motion in amended form.
Yes, that's correct.
So that is what is before the chair.
Yes, that's
Senator
correct.
McKim has requested that that be voted on separately. You are now putting that. I don't know if there are other speakers on the hours motion. And then I assume that there will be a set of separate votes, given that different senators are voting different ways on different provisions.
Yes.
That's my understanding.
So I put the question is now
I was just
others.
clarifying,
yes.
President.
Senator McKim.
Thank you, President, and thanks to Senator Wong for clarifying where we find ourselves. So, President, is it appropriate now to indicate which parts of this motion the Greens would like to be put separately?
Yes, because the motion's before the chair, Senator McKim.
Thank you. So we are requesting that 6F, which is the Online Safety Amendment Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024, 6H, which is Migration Amendment Removal and Other Measures, and Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill. So that is 6F, 6H for Harry, and also 9J which is the Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024. So we're asking that those three, 6F, 6H and 9J, be put together separately so that we can vote a different way to our position on the rest of the motion.
Thank you, Senator McKim. So the question is that the motion be agreed to in respect of those three paragraphs as outlined by Senator McKim, which is 6F, 6H and 9J. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, President. Just wanting to make sure we've got clarity, and also just while we're checking in relation to one other aspect of this, because it's a very chaotic process being imposed upon the Senate by the government, that the function of, or the result of Senator McKim's request is, of course, for those three bills to be put separately but together, and that obviously the intent of the Greens in making that request, given what's required in the standing orders, is presumably that they are voting one way on all of the rest of the motion in its totality and a different way on those three particular bills.
Very well described. Thank you, Senator Birmingham. So I have put the question. I'm happy to put it again. So the question is that 6F, 6H and 9J be taken together and voted on. So those of that opinion say aye. My goodness, I've just spelled it out, but I will say it again. So the question that I'm asking for agreement on is the motion is moved by Senator Kim, which is 6F, 6H, 9J be taken together and moved as one, which is exactly as you described, Senator Birmingham.
President, could I propose that you should put the rest of the motion first, because in fact those clauses on their own are meaningless without the enabling clauses in the rest of the motion.
Well,
so it would make more sense to put
that I move them together,
the rest of the motion first,
I can do
excluding those three bills, and then to put those three clauses.
So the question now is, does any other senator wish to have or to vote in a different way if I put the remainder of this amendment without 6F, 6H and 9J? I'm not seeing anyone calling for... Yeah. So the question is that the motion be agreed to and that we treat separately 6F, 6H and 9J. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Okay. I have requested that the advisors at the back of the room remain seated. It is a privilege for you to be in this place. Well, lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Senator Gallagher without 6F, 6H, 9J be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Guillotine as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. At Senator Hanson-Young. Order. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I am advised that as 6F, 6H and 9J don't have operative clauses to them, they are now redundant, and I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, online safety social media minimum age bill 2024, second reading debate.
All yours, sir.
And I'll okay. Order, Senators. For those of you who are not participating in this debate, could I ask that you leave the chamber quietly? If you are remaining in the chamber, please resume your seats and observe the proceedings in silence. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you. I rise today in support of this legislation, and I want to make one thing abundantly clear from the outset. The Coalition has always been firmly opposed to the implementation of a mandatory digital ID. There is rightfully widespread concern in the community about the security of personal data. With data breaches and leaks from major corporations dominating the news, it's entirely understandable that Australians are worried about the safety of their private information. But beyond the issues of data security, there is a much bigger concern at the heart of this debate: the growing dangers that social media poses for our children. And when it comes to the tech giants, platforms like Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram and TikTok, it's clear these mega corporations have shown time and time again that they have not prioritised our children's safety. I echo the very real concerns of many who reached out to me on this matter, and I want to be clear that I don't support any system, including a digital ID, that compromises the privacy and security of Australians. Such things should always be voluntary. Thanks to the efforts of the Coalition, the bill includes crucial safeguards that prevent social media companies from forcing anyone to hand over sensitive personal information or documentation. This bill is not about restricting individual freedoms or lecturing parents on how to raise their children. It's about giving parents the tools and support they need to protect their kids from the very real dangers that are online. The core focus of this legislation is simple. It demands that social media companies take reasonable steps to identify and remove underage users from their platforms. This is a responsibility these companies should have been fulfilling long ago, but for too long they have shirked these responsibilities in favour of profit. This is not a radical concept, it's a necessary one. Similar provisions are already in place in places like Florida, Utah and Louisiana, where social media companies are required to take reasonable steps to verify the ages of their users. These steps are overseen by regulators, ensuring that companies are held accountable for their actions. Under this legislation, failure to comply could result in fines of up to $50 million. Let's be clear, these companies have the capability to act. They can deploy their vast resources when they choose to do so. Take TikTok, for example. In 2023, TikTok removed 76 million underage accounts globally, including 1 million right here in Australia. So that's 76 million underage accounts globally they removed, and they did that of their own accord. And it wasn't too difficult, too complex, too hard, or anything like that. They just did it. They did this also without requiring digital IDs or any sensitive personal documentation. Instead, they used technology they already have, They use technology that they already use, the same technology that they can use to customise feeds and algorithms, which they do every single day. They use it to identify underage users. If TikTok can do this, so can other tech giants like Meta, which is valued at some $2 trillion. Imagine if there were a financial incentive to identify underage accounts. I expect we wouldn't have to wait too long to see some outcomes in that regard. Mark Zuckerberg and his billionaire peers have repeatedly demonstrated that they care more about money than they do about the safety and the mental health of our children. They have the ability to do this without compromising or changing any mechanisms of privacy that people have not already handed over when they open their own accounts voluntarily. This bill takes a big stick approach. It's the only way to get their attention and force them to make the changes that are so desperately needed. We must hold them to account, and this legislation does just that. Social media and the digital world is an ever-evolving tech behemoth, and it's long overdue for our laws to evolve with it. Ask any millennial what their online experiences were like 10 years ago, and compared to now, you'll see a massive shift, and it's not a good shift. It's not a positive one. Social media platforms for young people were once dominated by dedicated safe spaces for children, sites like Club Penguin, where families felt confident that their kids were protected. But today, that landscape has changed dramatically. Studies show that just a single exposure to extremist, racist, misogynistic, or violent content can trigger algorithms that push even more harmful content to the viewer. Just one view, and then it can become part of your standard feed. So a child just needs to happen across it once, and then it'll keep coming. And we aren't talking about websites on the dark web. We aren't talking about obscure blogs on the depths of the internet. We are talking about content that is littered across TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. TikTok, which was deliberately designed to be addictive. Think about that for a moment. Do we really want 13-year-old children being exposed to this kind of platform and content, where their purpose was to make it addictive to our children? This should be unfathomable, yet here we are. The protection of children from the toxic elements of social media and the online space is one of the most urgent issues of our time. And this is not about telling parents how to care for their children. Parents are already doing everything that they can. But social media is one of the biggest problems discussed among parents across our country. I've spoken to countless parents who are literally crying out for help, telling me they need action to protect their children from the risks online. Polling from YouGov shows that 77% of parents support measures to safeguard children from the harmful effects of social media. Parents know the dangers these platforms pose for their children, and they want us to help them take action. They want us to help them protect their children. The data tells a harrowing story. The mental health of Australian children, especially girls, has deteriorated at an alarming rate over the past decade. Hospitalisations for self-harm among girls aged 10 to 14 have increased by over 300% in that time. Young boys are targeted by sexual predators, with the AFP reporting hundreds of incidents this year alone. And these are those that, and what about those that go unreported, where the parents are unaware of the grooming and attempted grooming of their children? There need to be mechanisms in place to minimise this as much as humanly possible. We had a hearing on Monday, albeit a brief one, in relation to this matter, and I was deeply disturbed by some of the comments from one of the witnesses who suggested that there was an exaggeration as to the harms found online. I don't think there's an exaggeration. I think it's very real, and I think it's incredibly problematic. And I think if we continue to pretend that it's not happening, it will continue to get worse and worse unchecked. We have a responsibility and an accountability to protect these children. I read an article recently which talked about the challenge of putting this genie back into the bottle. We can't walk away from this just because it's hard. We can't walk away from it just because it's uncomfortable. And we can't walk away from it just because, you know, some of the kids won't like it. And that's a reality. It's a shift and it's a change in what we have said is acceptable. But what we are saying here today is that we do not think it's acceptable for our children to be exposed to harms and predators online, and for that to continue to occur under our watch. These statistics should be a wake-up call for all of us. Social media, which we looked to connect us, is instead contributing to a growing crisis in our children's mental health. We cannot point to the issues of a loss of some of that connection as to the reason to cling on to it in the face of the damage being done to our children. It is not a zero-sum game. This is not just about the harmful content. Kids face pressure, bullying, and unrealistic beauty standards. They think that everything that they see there is how things should be. We all know as adults that what we see on social media is not necessarily real. Most of us had the opportunity to grow up without it forming our opinions. We owe that same ability to have a childhood to our own children. And we need to stop the toxic culture of comparison that these platforms offer and foster. This bill seeks to address these issues head-on and protect our children from the negative effects of social media. This legislation represents a major step forward in protecting the privacy and well-being of Australian families. The Coalition has worked to ensure that this bill includes critical privacy protections to ensure that no platform can force users to provide sensitive personal information such as digital IDs, driver's licences or passports. This is not about surveillance. It's about protecting our children in a world that is increasingly digital. I also want to highlight that while this legislation shapes an important step forward, it should be just the beginning. We must take further action to address another critical issue that is damaging the well-being of young people: the toxic prevalence and normalisation of pornography and its continued availability in the lives of children and adolescents. A study conducted this year by the Queensland University of Technology revealed a stark and disturbing reality. Pornography is playing a significant role in shaping young people's sexual understandings, expectations and experiences. Even more troubling is the finding that children as young as 8, 9 and 10 are being exposed to this harmful content online. We cannot hide from this and pretend it's somebody else's problem. It's our problem. This is insidious, damaging and cannot be ignored. The impact of early exposure to pornography is profound, distorting young minds and contributing to unrealistic and unhealthy views of relationships. We must extend our efforts to help parents protect their children from this dangerous content that they are too often exposed to, and take steps to limit the availability and accessibility of pornography to children. We need stronger laws and more comprehensive measures to tackle all of these issues head-on, and to ensure that we are doing everything in our power to safeguard the mental and emotional well-being of the next generation. This is a fight that we cannot walk away from. This is a necessary and meaningful step towards ensuring the safety of our children online. This bill will force big tech companies to take responsibility for the products and the services that they provide and make a lot of money out of, prioritising the well-being of young Australians over their commercial agendas and their profits. With this legislation, we can make a real, lasting difference in protecting the next generation. This is a pivotal moment in our country. We have drawn a line in the sand. The enormous power of big tech can no longer remain unchecked in Australia. Thank you.
Senator Henderson is next on my list, but Hanson, we will rotate the call as per Standing Order 186.
I'm glad for Standing Order 186. Thank you. Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise in relation to this piece of legislation, and firstly let me say what a disgrace it is that this bill, only tabled in the House of Representatives last Thursday, is now being has been railroaded and rushed through the process here across the parliament. Tabled in the House on Thursday, sent to a Senate inquiry that only sat for 3 hours on Monday. Submissions from stakeholders and interested parties were open for less than 24 hours on Friday. Talk about putting out the bins, taking out the rubbish. That's exactly how this whole bill has been treated by the major parties. And the reason that this bill is being rushed without scrutiny, without appropriate review, is because both the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton, and the Prime Minister are worried that if people really knew about what the consequences of this piece of legislation mean, they wouldn't support it. Mr Dutton is desperate, despite all the hoo-ha and the flurry we've had in here this morning about rushing pieces through and guillotining bills through this place. This is the one piece of legislation that the Liberal coalition, the Liberal and the National Party, want rammed through this place this week. This is the one thing, and every Australian voter and every Liberal Party and National Party voter should hear this. The Liberal Party, the one priority they have this week is to smash this piece of legislation through without review. Why? Because Mr Dutton doesn't want people to notice. Mr Dutton does not want people to notice that despite the huge concern, the wheels falling off on his own side, the fact he can't keep his own people in the tent, he wants it rammed through at a minute to midnight, Christmas Eve, the last day of the parliamentary year, because he doesn't want people to notice. I mean, this is the bloke who talks tough. This is the bloke who says, you know, I will be tough on this and I will be tough on this and I will say what needs to be said. He is hiding. He is hiding on this bill and he's rushing it through and he doesn't want people to notice. What a load of gutlessness from the Leader of the Opposition. But of course, it suits the government of the day as well, because despite expert after expert after expert, this bill will not keep children or young people safe. It won't. And I understand the best endeavours and intentions of people in this place and around the country who want to make social media safer for our children and our young people. We need to make social media safer for everybody, for women, for people of colour, for those who are isolated, for older Australians who feel totally unable to engage and understand how quickly this technology has happened. We, of course, know it's senior Australians who are continually duped and tricked and targeted by scammers on social media. They need protection too. They need to be able to know that when they log on to Facebook or they open up YouTube or they participate in sharing their playlist on Spotify, young and old Australians have the right to know the platform is safe. We wouldn't expect that the rules of safety, respect, civil discourse are out the window in the car park at Coles. We don't think that just because something happens in the car park at Coles rather than the car park at Woolworths, that there is a different set of rules and standards and laws to be enforced. But here we have a situation where online and in social media, it's a free-for-all. So we do need to do something about making these platforms safer. For far too long, the big tech companies have hoodwinked governments, have hoodwinked bureaucrats, have set their own rules, made massive profits off self-regulating or non-regulating themselves. And it's time that that was reined in. But that's not what this bill does. This bill gives a false sense of security. It gives the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition a fig leaf to say they understand, they care about parents' concerns about children and young people online. But they're trying to fool Australian parents. They're trying to look like they're doing something while actually doing not much at all. I think this is really dangerous. I think giving Australian parents a false sense of security is actually going to make things more harmful for our young people online, more harmful for women on social media, more dangerous for our young people, our teenagers who are already dealing with so many issues in this world. This is a bill that is the example of the emperor with no clothes. And Peter Dutton and Anthony Albanese, as the leaders of the two major parties who want to rush this through without scrutiny, they're standing there side by side naked. They don't have they are emperors with no clothes. And they want people to be fooled. We actually need a serious debate about what we do to make these platforms genuinely safer so that young people aren't exploited, targeted, harassed. They're not in danger of harassment or distress. But that's not what this bill does. If this government really cared about making these platforms safer, you wouldn't be rushing this. You would be putting a duty of care on these platforms to make them responsible for ensuring they have a legal requirement and responsibility to protect their customers, to protect the users, to protect everyday people. But instead, this bill lets the big tech companies off the hook by pretending that young people can just be banned from the internet. It is fool's gold. And it's dangerous. Tech experts, mental health experts, youth advocates are all saying if we do this, the result will be twofold. One, young people will get around it, or they will find their way onto platforms on the dark web, which are far more insidious, which are much more dangerous and much harder for parents and legal enforcement, frankly, to keep an eye on what is going on. And secondly, for those that have been able to circumvent the rules and get themselves online, the tech companies have no obligation, no requirement to make sure if you get through the cracks, if you get online as a young person, that you'll be kept safe. So they'll either be pushed into the darkest parts of the web, and they won't want to tell their parents what's going on because they'll be worried their phone's going to be taken away. So they spiral further and further into isolation from their friends, their family, from medical experts who may be able to help them, school counsellors, teachers. They'll become even more isolated and vulnerable. Or if they're smart enough, like most kids around the age of 14, 15, you'll work out your way to crack the code, to get into Instagram, to get onto TikTok, to set yourself up on a social media platform with the false premise that it's only for adults. So they're going to be swimming around on a platform that has no obligation or concern for keeping children and young people safe. This is a disaster unfolding before our eyes. I mean, you couldn't make this stuff up. Prime Minister says he's worried about social media. The Leader of the Opposition says, let's ban it. It's a race to the bottom to try and pretend who can be the toughest, and all they end up with is pushing young people into further isolation and giving the platforms the opportunity to continue the free-for-all because now there's no social responsibility required. There's been some promises made around regulating the platforms to make them safer, make them more responsible, stop them from profiteering off harmful content. But none of that is in this bill. The social media ban is the emperor with no clothes. Fool's gold. It's pretend. It's like going to the reject shop, purchasing the dodgy floaties, putting them on your kids and then saying, there you go kids, jump in the deep end, see how you float. No parent would responsibly do that. And the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition shouldn't make them do it. This bill is rubbish. And I'm angry about it because it doesn't actually meet the needs, the very serious needs of the concerns and the very real concerns that parents have. It's pretend. The Prime Minister and Peter Dutton are pretending to deal with a very, very serious issue. There's a reason they didn't want this to go through a proper Senate inquiry. There is a reason they don't want people talking about it. There's a reason this is being done at the last minute of this parliamentary session, and it's because They know it's a bad piece of legislation, that it won't do what they say it will do, but they don't want people to know about it. Trying to fool the Australian population that they are doing this in the interests of children is abhorrent. They're not. They're doing it in their own political interests. This is a political fix, not a social media fix. The ban is rubbish.
Senator Hanson, just before I call you, Senator Henderson, Senator Hanson-Young, I think you had a second reading amendment you wanted to...
And I would ask that that be foreshadowed.
Thank you. Could you just move that for Senator Hanson-Young?
I move the second reading amendment in my name.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, the Coalition will be supporting this bill following its passage through the House yesterday. I am pleased to say that the Coalition has worked to strengthen the provisions of this bill. These are important changes which, in our view, have significantly strengthened the planned legislation in at least two areas. Firstly, in relation to privacy. There will be new provisions stating that people cannot be compelled to provide digital ID or government-issued identity documents such as driver's licences or passports under this legislation. We are pleased to see this supported in the recommendations of the Senate inquiry. Secondly, following our negotiations with the government, changes will be made so that the Communications Minister will be able to make rules specifying information which social media platforms are not able to collect in order to comply with the legislation. This will enable the Minister to make rules to ensure that guidelines issued under the legislation are appropriate and proportionate to the objectives of the law. These are both significant changes which materially strengthen the bill. It is important to get this bill right and that we pass it into law, because there are parents across Australia who are looking to us to take action now on the scourge of social media which is harming our young people. It deals with an issue on which the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton, has once again led the national debate. In June, Mr Dutton committed to implementing an age limit of 16. He announced that a coalition government would raise the age of social media access to 16 and said it would be at the top of his priority list for his first 100 days in office. 5 months later, the Prime Minister has come on board with legislation which the Coalition has sought to strengthen, and I will have more to say on that shortly. This debate is the latest policy lead from the Coalition regarding online safety. We have been driving for action on age verification, particularly in the last year since the release of the roadmap for age verification was made public. We announced plans for a trial of technologies in November last year, including $6.7 million in funding, a figure almost identical to the number the government is now using for their trial. And it comes, of course, after the Coalition, as I say, led this debate. In the same month, we introduced legislation for the trial to occur. This builds on the fact that it was a coalition government which established the world-leading Online Safety Act. And so, a year after we sought to legislate action to strengthen efforts for online safety, here we are debating this bill. We are glad the government is now on board, and we are generally supportive of this bill, which seeks to protect Australian teenagers from the harms and tragedies linked to social media. This is a totemic issue for Australian families, and it is well past time that action was taken. We are debating a bill which provides a vital reform designed to help young Australians and their families for generations to come. We come to this parliament to help people in our communities across this nation. That is our task, and this bill seeks to achieve that. It will not only provide protections for our young, but importantly, it will also arm parents with the laws in place which will help them to set rules at home with their kids. For the mums and dads of Australia, that's a really important principle here, helping them to set protective boundaries for their children, opening up family discussions about the importance of online safety, and helping parents to get more involved in what is a really important issue for families. There is clear community support for these measures. Parents are telling us, and that's reinforced by a new poll from YouGov, which has shown that 77% of Australians back the under-16 social media ban. So let me speak to the bill. It is, of course, designed to set the age limit of 16 for young people to hold a social media account. This is aimed at reducing the harms which social media is causing to young people. The bill provides for a new, broader definition of social media companies, age-restricted social media platforms, which will now capture Snapchat, as well as other major social media platforms such as TikTok, Facebook, Reddit, Instagram and X. There will be a rule-making power for the Minister to exclude specific classes of services from the definition. This would carve out messaging services, online games, and services which support health and education of users, which would include YouTube, as well as WhatsApp, Messenger Kids, Reach Outs, Peer Chat, and Google Classroom. It requires relevant social media companies to take reasonable steps to prevent age-restricted users from having an account with the social media platform. As I mentioned earlier, privacy issues are of the utmost importance to us in the Coalition, and we have worked extremely hard to strengthen this legislation. The bill prohibits platforms from using information collected for age assurance purposes for any other purpose unless explicitly agreed by the individual. Once information has been used for age assurance, it must be destroyed unless the individual agrees to it being retained. Failure to delete information constitutes a breach of the Privacy Act and will attract significant penalties. The Office of the Australian Information Commissioner will also provide oversight of the privacy provisions related to this bill. Driving the need for these laws, we know there is widespread concern and evidence about the severe mental health impact of social media on children. We have seen disturbing global trends in youth mental health since the rise of social media, especially for girls. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, there has been a more than threefold increase in the rate of intentional self-harm hospitalisations for girls under 14 from 2008-09 through to 2022-23. In recent years, there have been large increases in the rate of mental health issues amongst children and young people. As a 2022 independent report on self-harm, commissioned by Australia's Therapeutic Goods Association noted, there have been very large increases in all intentional self-poisonings in older children, adolescents, ages under 10 to 19, worldwide over the recent decade. Leading psychologist Dr. Simon Wiltsch, a strong supporter of setting an age limit for social media, said, "A 200% increase in 10 to 14-year-olds experiencing an eating disorder over the last 12 years strongly overlaps with the rapid growth in social media use by children." Clinical psychologist Dr. Danielle Einstein told the Senate inquiry into this bill that any benefits of social media to mental health are far outweighed by the disadvantages. She said, "I do not see any benefits for mental health from social media. I've looked really hard at the evidence, and even if there were to be some, I think they are far outweighed by their disadvantage. But for mental health, I do not see any benefits." We also recall that it was the US Surgeon General who made the important point: the mental health crisis among young people is an emergency, and social media has emerged as an important contributor. We simply cannot ignore such evidence. The harm being caused to young Australians has also been demonstrated in the tragic cases which we have seen in News Corp's Let Them Be Kids coverage. Families torn apart after their children fell foul to social media. And I would also like to pay credit to the work of the 36 Months Group, which has also secured nearly 128,000 signatures from people urging the age limit to be raised to 16. In recent weeks and months, we have seen here in this building a number of the parents of children who have died after falling foul of social media. Some have been carrying the ashes of their dead daughter or son. They have told terrible, tragic stories. Their lives and families torn apart by social media. We must honour them and the memories of their children. We owe it to our communities to get this done and not to be distracted by those often well-meaning people who may say this is too hard or that kids will get around this. We support the legislation and highlight the work of the Coalition to strengthen this legislation, particularly in relation to privacy, which we have strongly argued is extremely important. Acting Deputy President, I support this bill because it is the right thing to do. We should not delay. We should get this important reform done right now. Thank you.
Senator Sharma.
Acting Deputy President, let me commence by saying that I share the concerns of some of my colleagues that the process for considering this bill has been suboptimal, to say the least. The amount of time provided for experts and interested parties to make submissions, the amount of time for the Senate committee to consider this legislation, indeed the lack of supporting evidence that we've been able to marshal. And I would have to point the finger here at the government. This is something that the opposition has been calling on for some time. It's the testing of age verification technology, and the trial is something that the E-Safety Commissioner first proposed at least 2 years ago, that the opposition encouraged the government to move expeditiously with. And if that trial had commenced when it should have done and concluded by now, we would be having a more informed discussion about some of the technological solutions available. In short, I would have liked more time, and I think the Senate and our processes deserve more time to consider this. But at the same time, I'm not someone who likes to let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and I recognise that in the words of Bismarck, the making of legislation is often like the making of sausages. It can be ugly and particularly indecorous at times, but it's how things get done. And I recognise there is an opportunity in this parliament at this time to pass this legislation, even with these deficiencies in process, and I don't believe that's an opportunity we should let slip. Now, I approach this issue, indeed any issue of government regulation and intervention into the private lives of individuals, and particularly households and parents, as a sceptic and needing to be convinced of what is the argument here for why government should be able to limit the freedom of children in this instance and in some respects remove or curtail the rights of parents and their own decisions about how they raise their children. And I respect those of my colleagues here and elsewhere who've made that point. To counter that, I would just make two fundamental propositions. Firstly, in my reading of the evidence that it's available, the evidence of harm is quite overwhelming, and the evidence of benefit, if you like, is quite limited. But I would also say that protecting children from harm is a conservative proposition. It's about helping preserve families, protect people who are vulnerable, whose capacities and abilities have not yet reached the age of maturity. And it's a different proposition than interfering in the lives and the freedoms and the choices of fully formed consenting adults. And we recognise this, of course, in a number of ways. Children do not have the same rights as adults. And in this instance, in this vertical, if you like, I think the case is equally well made. I do believe that the evidence that unregulated access to social media is harming children is overwhelming. I think if you've read Jonathan Haidt's book, The Anxious Generation, subtitled How the Great Rewiring of Childhood is Causing an Epidemic of Mental Illness, I do think the evidence is well marshalled in that book, and I think it has a strong empirical basis, and this harm seems to be especially pronounced amongst girls, not only girls of course, but predominantly amongst girls. Now, this doesn't mean that every child who uses social media is likely to encounter harm. In fact, overwhelmingly, they're not. This is really about quite a small minority, but a small but significant enough minority. And the harm can go from the more extreme ends, ostracisation leading to bullying, leading to self-harm, and in the most tragic cases, suicide, the development of obsessive characteristics, the development of eating disorders, and those individual instances have been well documented, including here in Australia. Doubtless social media wasn't the sole cause of that. It was only a contributing factor, but nonetheless an important contributing factor. But even for those children who do not suffer such harms, and I recognise that that is the overwhelming majority of such users, they still face some of the more benign consequences: attention fragmentation, addiction, social deprivation, distraction, irritability, obsessive behaviour, and often just the opportunity cost of spending a large amount of time on social media, which means you're not spending time with your family, you're not spending time with your friends, you're not doing exercise, you're not doing your homework, you're not reading a book, you're not getting proper sleep. And this is because these social media platforms play on and lean into ingrained human characteristics and evolutionary habits that we've developed over a number of years to effectively get us hooked. They play on our desire for new information and new input. That's a trait we've developed as a species that always had to concern ourselves with imminent threats to our survival, and which meant we always prioritised new and incoming information and were hypersensitive to it because it alerted us to changes in our environment. That's the sort of dopamine release cycle. But even social comparison. Humans being a social animal means we spend a lot of time managing our relations and trying to navigate the hierarchy of our social relations, and social media plays into that. Our desire for affirmation, our desire for friendship, our desire for social status, our desire for social competition in many respects. And in some respects, social media exacerbates some of these traits. Well-known phenomenon of audience capture, where a social media persona leans into those characteristics, if you like, in their digital life, which reflects in their regular life, those characteristics that seem to generate the most attention or likes or affirmation, which can send people down quite a diverting trajectory, if you like. Prestige bias, where people look at who is successful in social media terms, who does have the most followers, who does get the most likes, who seems to drive the most engagement on their account, and they model themselves on those sorts of behaviours. And often, as we would all know, the people who seem to do well on social media are often provocateurs, they're often outlandish, they often embrace extreme attributes, if you like, and indeed they're encouraged to do so by the way that the way people build an audience on social media. There are some benefits to children using social media, and I don't discount that. It's a way for them to stay in touch and stay connected, and we all saw this during the COVID pandemic when our children weren't going to school. And they stayed in touch through messaging platforms, through social media platforms, and it allows them to build and maintain a social circle. I also appreciate that for people who are isolated geographically or socially or otherwise, it provides them a way to build a community which might not be available to them in the real world. But I would say that the benefits of children using social media overwhelmingly accrue to the digital platforms. I mean, this is why they are so interested in maintaining the status quo, because they monetise the children's audience. They're able to sell that to advertisers. The committee heard evidence of about, I think, $11 billion US that was accruing to digital platforms in advertising revenue from that market alone, from the under-18 audience alone. So this is a valuable audience. I mean, we know this from children's television. Advertisers like capturing the attention of children, and if a social media platform can say it commands so many hours a day of a child's time, that is a valuable commodity that they can then on-sell. That is where I believe the benefits overwhelmingly accrue. The last thing I would like to say here is that I think parents need help with this, and this is why I think there's a case for government intervention. Partly because parents have to grapple with the ubiquity of phones and electronic devices, and the crude measure that some suggest, which is take away your kid's phone or give them a non-smartphone without any of these apps, I don't think is particularly realistic. I think in today's era we expect our children to be able to be contacted and contactable, and this is especially true in the situation in many households today when both parents are working and they often are not home when the children might be home or coming home from school. There's also the sheer ingenuity and cleverness of children. Many parents would know this, that children are ingenious at getting around any technical blocks you might seek to fix. Children, you hear stories of parents saying, make sure you delete all these apps. The children download them again and label them as something else, and the parents say no, they create new identities or new user IDs. But overwhelmingly, I think the main area parents need help is with the problem of collective action. It has to be a brave parent or a courageous parent or a particularly self-assured or confident parent that will say, all my children's friends and all of his or her social group are on a platform and using it to connect, but I'm going to take my child off. They don't want to punish their child, they don't want to risk the ostracisation, and indeed there are documented cases of children having their devices taken and then self-harming because they're so concerned about the catastrophic effect this will have on their own social status. But if there's a situation where it is normalised that children under 16 are not on social media all the time, it is normalised that they socialise in more traditional ways, then parents, I think, will feel more comfortable in leaning into that legislative norm. Now, there are some legitimate concerns around this piece of legislation, and I know my colleagues across this chamber, some of them have expressed them and some of them will. Firstly, that this will be imperfect. I don't doubt it will be. It's new legislation, it hasn't been robustly tested. It is used in some jurisdictions around the world, but it's not been widely tried or used. Children will probably find workarounds to it. They'll potentially use VPNs. They will find a way to fake their identity or fake their age, if you like. They will find, they'll migrate to other platforms. I don't doubt that's true, but I think this is as much about introducing some friction into the process. And we recognise this in lots of spheres of life where government seeks to regulate. Even, as a homeowner, you never expect your home will not be broken into entirely, but you're still going to put deadbolts on the windows and lock the doors and maybe security grill around your window, knowing that it won't be perfect protection against burglary, but it will make that job a little bit harder. Well, I think this legislation is really about introducing some friction into the process and perhaps tipping the normal point, if you like, between children being overwhelmingly online to being somewhat less overwhelmingly online. There are also important concerns about privacy, and I share those concerns, and I think the amendments that the Coalition will be introducing will seek to strengthen protections on privacy. It's important to emphasise this. We don't expect, and I think we would be opposed to, any digital platforms seeking hard forms of identification from users of any age to verify their identity. We do not expect, and it is not part of this legislation, that people will be expected to hand over their driver's licence or their passport details or their Medicare card. We expect social media platforms to use their existing data sets, if you like, and technology and other behavioural tells to make a reasonable estimate of someone's age and take reasonable steps, as the legislation says, to assure them of their age. This doesn't mean it will be perfect. It means that there will be some under 16s who are able to fool the social media platforms. It might be, I anticipate this might be the case, it might be people who are over 16 who aren't able to and who should be allowed to use the platform and will not be able to. But I would say that this technology does exist, and we've seen that. TikTok has used the technology. They told a Senate inquiry just earlier this year that they've removed about 1 million underage users from their platforms, not by asking them their age, but by tracking, if you like, detecting the patterns of their behaviour that most correlate with a particular age cohort. We have US jurisdictions that are already introducing and using this, amongst them Louisiana, Texas, Tennessee, Florida, not known as bastions of social progressivism, often quite Republican-leaning and relatively conservative electorates, but they have firstly introduced and embraced this legislation. But secondly, the digital platforms operating in those jurisdictions have had to find a way to comply with this legislation. So the technology does exist, and with a nudge or a push from our government and this government, that technology will get better. Importantly as well, it will be some time until this legislation comes into effect, and the Parliament will have a regular opportunity to review it and review its operation. And I think that will be important because I recognise this is a new piece of legislation. Now, I'm not going to stand here and pretend that this piece of legislation, if passed, will stop bullying or stop the development of eating disorders or stop social isolation. There's a range of contributing factors to that. But if we can provide some help to parents in the right direction to help lessen the potentiation, the kind of super acceleration that social media platforms provide to some of these things, I think that's a step forward.
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Senator Shoebridge, you've got about 4 minutes.
Thanks very much, President. I firstly want to associate myself with the contribution from my colleague, Senator Hanson-Young. I think she hit the nail on the head in her takedown of this incredibly inappropriate and rushed piece of legislation. But let's call it out for what it is. This is a deeply flawed and dangerous proposal by people who appear to have never been on the internet or met a teenager. It's a bill to appease Rupert Murdoch and the news stable, and whose implementation, if we ever get that far, will be a hot mess. This is the kind of legislation that's brought to Parliament by a Prime Minister and a bunch of people in Labor and the opposition who get their staff to print their emails out for them. I mean, that's the legislation we've got before us. And the evidence against it is literally overwhelming. We have child mental health experts who say that this could dangerously isolate many kids who use social media to find essential support at particular times when they need it. We have IT and governance specialists who say it cannot work. We have privacy advocates who are saying this will reach into everybody's privacy, everybody who engages in social media, not just kids, but adults. We have human rights organisations who are all, pretty much all, united in opposition to this law. We have government agencies like the OAIC who say don't do this. It's an extraordinarily broad alliance of people, and I can't really recall such a kind of united breadth of opposition to legislation that Labor and the Coalition, Anthony Albanese and Peter Dutton, both whose names start with Mr, are joining together to ram through with a sham inquiry in the sort of last few hours of parliamentary sitting this year. And why are that group of people, the mental health experts, IT and government specialists, privacy advocates, human rights organisations, why are they all joining together to oppose this legislation? Because this policy will hurt vulnerable young people the most, especially in regional communities and especially LGBTQI community, by cutting them off from the support that they need and the support that they can sometimes only get on social media. And to be clear, it has not worked anywhere in the world where these kinds of thought bubbles have grown and then popped. So why? Why are we ramming it through with so little scrutiny here? And why does the Albanese Labor government suddenly want to work on absolutely everything?
Thank you,
with
Senator
Mr.
Shoebridge.
Peter
The
Dutton?
time for this debate has concluded. You'll be in continuation. It being 11:15, are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator O'Neill.
Pursuant to notice given yesterday on behalf of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, I withdraw business of the Senate Notice of Motion number 1 for 12 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the Explosive Regulations 2024.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Is there a report from the Selection of Bills Committee? Senator Urquhart.
The 14th report of 2024 of the Selection of Bills Committee, and I seek leave to have the report incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Urquhart.
I move that the report be adopted.
Senator Chisholm.
I move the following amendment. At the end of the motion, add, and the Competition and Consumer Amendment, Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2024, not be referred to committee.
So the question is, Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I would like to move an amendment to Senator Chisholm's amendment. It's an amendment that's been circulated in my name, and that is that in respect of the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Reform Bill, the Electoral Legislation Amendment, Electoral Communications Bill, provisions that those bills be referred immediately to the Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 3rd of February, and also in the same move to amend Senator Chisholm's amendment, I include the other matter that's been circulated in my name on the same sheet, which is that the Migration Amendment prohibiting items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024 be referred immediately to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 10th of February.
I don't have that amendment, that migration one, Senator Kim, but it might be that it's only me who doesn't have it.
Just for clarity, it's on the same sheet as the other one.
I'm sorry. I read it but didn't register. I'll just seek the advice of the clerk. Yes, so I am advised. So Senator Ruston asked for clarification about whether she should put her amendments now. The clerk's advised me to check to see if anyone wants to speak so far. Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, I
Senator
do. Thanks.
Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, President. I wish to speak to why we need to refer the Migration Amendment prohibiting items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024 to inquiry. This is legislation that, when it was twice presented by the opposition under the name of then Minister Peter Dutton, that Labor opposed, because in 2017 and 2020, Labor seemed to have at least some kind of moral compass when it comes to migration and people seeking asylum. And why did Labor oppose it? Together with the Greens, and we had a progressive majority to oppose that legislation in 2017 and 2020, the same progressive majority that would be available if Labor still had progressive views even slightly on migration and people seeking asylum. But the reason it was opposed in 2017 and 2020 by the same Labor Party that's now presenting it in their own name is because this is a vicious attack on the rights of people who are held in immigration detention, who are not held there because they've committed any crime, who are not held there as punishment, but are being held there by increasingly draconian laws that are holding more and more people in detention. And why Labor opposed it in 2017 and 2020, and why the Greens opposed it in 2017 and 2020, and it's the same reason the Greens are opposing it in 2024, because we're consistent with our principles. It's because taking away people's mobile phones while they're in immigration detention run by some of the most loathsome international corporate bottom feeders you could imagine, who globally profit off holding people in detention around the world, the likes of Serco, who are notorious for human rights abuses. The reason why we oppose taking away people's mobile phones is because sometimes that's the only accountability measure they have. They can take images of the abuse they're suffering. They can talk to journalists and politicians and people outside those hateful institutions run by private corporations designed to be cruel, and the mobile phone is their one chance to talk to the outside world and actually shine at least something of a light on the violence and the abuses of human rights. And I think why Labor wants to take that away is because they want to run a secretive immigration detention centre here. And with this same bill, where they're taking away that accountability measure, that one lifeline that people with no other rights have in these private jails run by global jailing corporations, which are notorious for human rights like Serco, Labor wants to take away that accountability measure and at the same time empower those same private corporations to strip search detainees without warrants, to put dogs into the detention centre without warrants. In the same legislation, you take away the accountability measure and then you add additional human rights abuses in the same legislation. Legislation that twice Labor voted against when then Minister Dutton and the Coalition were in power. The Coalition must be looking at Minister Tony Burke and Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and say, you only get one of these in your lifetime, don't you? This combination of people in high office who are willing to give these appalling powers to people in control of detention centres, who are willing to deliver more than the Coalition could ever achieve in terms of cruelty and human rights abuses. And they're looking at Labor Party in 2024 and saying, actually, you are meaner and nastier and crueler and with even less principles than the Coalition has. You want to know why we want to refer this off to an inquiry? Because it stinks. Because it's vicious and it's mean and it's nasty and it's a betrayal of any sense of decency and principle. And it's cheap, grubby politics from Labor. And if they think they can out-Dutton, think again. This is just the start of it. It should end here.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Does any other senator wish to make a contribution on the selection of bills report or any of the amendments? Because then my intention is to put all of the amendments. Okay. So I think we're starting with Senator Chisholm's amendment. Beg your pardon, Senator McKim's amendment. So the question is that Senator McKim's amendment to the Minister's amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Yes, Senator Roberts. No, you can. You want A and B put separately?
Yes, please.
I'll just indicate that to the chamber when we get to the division.
Matt.
Thank you. Lock the doors and just indicate to the chamber that Senator Roberts has asked that A and B of Senator McKim's amendment to the selection of bills committee report be put separately. So I intend to put A in the first instance. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator McKim to the selection of bills committee report A be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Yeah, no. Order. There being 16 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So I now intend to put Part B. So the question is that Part B of the amendment moved to the selection of bills committee report moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. lock the doors. So the question is that Part B of the amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 14 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, President. Could I move that at the end of the motion we add, and in respect of the Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2024, the provisions of the bill be referred immediately to the Environment Communications Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 6th of March 2025.
Yes, I think that's fine. So the question is the amendment as moved and amended by Senator Ruston to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment moved by Senator amended and moved by Senator Ruston to Senator Chisholm's amendment to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. There being 29 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is negated. I now intend to put Senator Chisholm's amendment and then Senator Mackenzie's amendment. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Chisholm to the Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now call Senator Mackenzie or Senator Ruston.
On behalf of Senator Mackenzie, I move at the end of the motion add, and respect of the National Organic Standard Bill 2024, the bill be referred immediately to the Rural and Regional Affairs Transport Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by the 31st of January 2025.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator Ruston in the name of Senator Mackenzie be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So the question now is that the amended Selection of Bills Committee report be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Chisholm.
I move that general business notice of motion number 730 be considered during general business today.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
No postponement notifications have been lodged, but committees have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 8 on today's order of business.
Thank you. If there is no objection, those committees' reports are authorised. It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on the 14th of November 2024 of the Honourable John Charles Hodges, a former Minister and Member of the House of Representatives for the Division of Petrie in Queensland from 1974 to 1983 and from 1984 to 1987. I understand that arrangements will be made to move a motion of condolence at a future date. So I'll now move to formal business, and I call on Business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
President, I withdraw the motion.
Thank you, Senator Payman. I'll now move to government business number 2, standing in the name of Senator Thank you.
And I ask that government business notice of motion number 2 relating to estimates hearings for 2025 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Chisholm.
I move the motion.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to General Business 716, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I withdraw General Business Motion number 716.
Thank you, Senator David Pocock. I'll now move to 720, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Is that you, Senator Askew?
Yes. On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 720 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 720, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business 720 in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 30 ayes and 29 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now move to general business notice of motion number 721, standing in the name of Senator Hodgins-May.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 721 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Hodgins-May.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 721, standing in the name of Senator Hodgins-May, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. 1 minute? Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 721, standing in the name of Senator Hodgins-May, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Nick, I haven't called tellers, sorry. I did call your name, but we just rechecking. Are we good to go? So the question is that general business notice of motion number 721, standing in the name of Senator Hodgins-May, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 41 ayes and 17 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 722, standing in the name of Senator Henderson. Is that you, Senator Askew? Great.
On behalf of Senator Henderson, I ask that general business notice of motion number 722 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 722, standing in the name of Senator Henderson and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 722, standing in the name of Senator Henderson and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 42 ayes and 17 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 723, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 723 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 723, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? The ayes have it. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 724, standing in the name of Senators Thorpe and Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 724, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is the motion is moved by Senator Payman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Payman.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 7...
aren't you introducing a bill? Have a DIT there to assist you.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Payman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
For an act to amend the law relating to the funding of illegal settlements and for related purposes.
Senator Payman.
I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Payman.
I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Payman. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 725, standing in the name of Senators Thorpe and Payman.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 725 proposing the introduction of a bill be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Payman.
I move that the following bill be introduced.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Payman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Payman.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is the motion is moved by the Senator Payman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Bill for an act to amend the law relating to defence trade controls and for related purposes.
Senator Payman.
I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Thank you. Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Payman.
Table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Payman. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 726, standing in the name of Senators Thorpe and Payman.
That general business notice of motion number 726 proposing the introduction of a bill be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Payman.
I move that the following bill be introduced.
So the question is the motion is moved by Senator Payman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk. Beg your pardon, Senator Payman.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is the motion is moved by Senator Payman be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to require some entities to report on the risks of genocide in their operations and supply chains and actions to address those risks, to establish the Australian Anti-Genocide Commissioner and for related purposes.
Senator Payman.
I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Payman.
I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Payman. Senator Canavan.
Madam President, I ask the general business notice of motion number 727 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Canavan.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Thank you, Senator Chisholm.
The government will not be supporting this motion. The Select Committee has already heard from the market bodies. The market bodies have the opportunity to respond to questions on notice. The bodies, especially AEMO, should be focused on their responsibility to maintain secure electricity and gas systems.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 727, standing in the name of Senator Canavan, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 727, standing in the name of Senator Canavan, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 728, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe. Is anyone moving that motion? I intend to move on. I now move to general business notice of motion number 729, standing in the name of Senator McKim. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to amend notice of motion number 729 in the terms circulated in the chamber.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 729 as amended be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator McKim.
Thanks, President. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 729 as amended by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 729 standing in the name of Senator McKim as amended be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. We now pass the hard marker at 12:15. Senator Wong.
No.
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted, Senator Wong.
Notice I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for consideration of a matter, namely a motion to allow a motion relating to the routine of business for today to be moved and determined immediately, and I move that the question be now put.
So the question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. So the question is that the question be put. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Senator McKim. Order. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. So the question now is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Senator McKim.
I wish to make a contribution on the question that is before the chair.
I need to put the question, Senator McKim.
It's already been put without debate. Okay.
I'll put the question again. The question now is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it. I didn't have one single voice. I'm going to put it again. The question now is that the motion to suspend... Order! Order! The question now is that the motion... Order! Senator McKenzie. The question now is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Oh, I beg your pardon. There's been no debate, so we're ringing them for 1. Lock the doors. So the question now is that the motion to suspend standing orders be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Minister Wong.
I move that a motion relating to the routine of business for today may be moved immediately.
Thank you. So the question is, the motion is moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Minister Wong be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chairs, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Minister Wong.
I move the motion as circulated and note that I did not set up the procedure such that this was moved without amendment or debate, so there is ability to have both debate and amendments now.
Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, President. Well, here we have this government again, yet another attempt in terms of the chaotic approach to try to ram through legislation, and having been sent a pretty clear message by the crossbench this morning, who knows what deals have been done, who knows what undertakings have been given to actually get the government to a position where they're now still going to ram through a record number of bills, adding to their record tally, and a remarkable tally it is too. A government that has already in 3 years guillotined more bills than the previous government did in the previous 9 years is just adding to that tally. But the big question is, where is online safety? Where is the online safety bill? Why has that not featured in the government's guillotine list? Where are the migration bills? Why have they not featured in the government's guillotine list? Is this because the Greens' tail is wagging the government dog? Is that entirely what's happening here? The Greens are dictating the terms of what the government can or cannot legislate? A shocking sign of things to come if the voters get it wrong at the next election. A shocking sign of what could occur if the Greens are left to drive the government's agenda in the future. The opposition, as I said this morning, is clear about a willingness to constructively pass what would still be a significant amount of legislation today, and a significant amount of legislation even though we have limited time to debate it. But instead, the government has doubled down on this reckless approach, this contemptuous approach towards the Senate, and of course is piling through all of these other bills. So I do ask the government to give that clarity to the chamber. Where is online safety? Where is migration? What are your plans? Obviously, you've sliced and diced what you tried to put through this morning to go and get something with the Greens. Well, we want to see important things done, things the Prime Minister said were important, things the Prime Minister said should happen this week. And where are they? Why is the government walking away from, allegedly, its own priorities? And in many cases for these bills, things that are a long way short of actual government priorities. The President, this is for Senator Chisholm, Senator Farrell, in the absence of Senator Wong, to make clear what's the go. If the chamber signs up to this, what else is the chamber going to be asked to sign up for? So, for the crossbenchers who have been lobbied and cajoled and dealt whatever it is to get their vote in relation to this, they ought to know what's going to come next. Having said they're going to stand against guillotine of such proportion this morning, having said they stand against a guillotine of some of the things the coalition thinks should happen, is the government going to be honest with those crossbenchers? Or are they just going to see this motion pass and then, lo and behold, here's another alternate approach that gives the government all that it wants? Where's the honesty? Where's the decency? Where's the proper process? Where's the transparency? We don't know what deals have been struck. We don't know what's about to come next from the government. And of course, it's a government continuing to break all of the promises that it made to the Australian people. So, President, the invitation lies on the government. Make it clear for the crossbench. Be upfront and honest about them. What's coming next? Is this it? And online safety is dead and gone for this year? Or do you actually have plans to get the other things done? And if so, what are those plans? Let us all know.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I appreciate the courtesy of the chamber there, and I also want to place on the record our appreciation to Senator Wong and the government for establishing this debate in such a way that senators could make contributions to it, and that amendments may be moved to the government's legislation. So the Australian Greens would like to make a few points on the way through here. Firstly, I would like to foreshadow an amendment to this motion, and that will be an amendment that either just has been or shortly will be circulated in my name, and that is to include the Treasury Laws Amendment Mergers and Acquisitions Reform Bill 2024 in the tranche of bills which this motion establishes in section D. The reason we'll be doing that is because it is really critical around the issue of the consolidation of corporate power in Australia that the ACCC be given the powers that it has long been requesting and which the government has formulated in that bill to which I have just referred. It is critical for the reason that corporate power has been growing in Australia for decades now. We are seeing in many sectors of our economy a situation where big corporations are consolidating their market power. That means, of course, that competition in a range of sectors in our economy is less than it should be, and the losers there, in terms of corporate, in terms of low levels of competition, the losers there, of course, are the consumers of Australia, and we see that nowhere more than in the supermarket sector, where the market dominance of Coles and Woolworths has crept ever higher over the last few decades, to where we find ourselves now, where those two giant supermarket corporations, who each make $1 billion plus a year in annual profits, now together make up over 2/3 of the food and grocery sector in Australia. That's why the Greens moved to establish the Senate Select Committee into supermarket prices, and we were very pleased that as a result of that political pressure and the power that the Greens embody in this place, that forced the government to ask the ACCC to do a similar inquiry into the power of the supermarket corporations and their pricing practices, among other things. Now, the ACCC is moving through that process. We've had some updates from the ACCC. We've even had an interim report from the ACCC, and the Australian Greens, and I'm sure every Australian who ends up going through the checkout at Coles and Woolworths and getting a rude shock about their grocery bills on a regular basis, I am sure every Australian in that circumstance also looks forward to the final report of the ACCC and the final verdict of the ACCC on the pricing practices of supermarkets, and importantly on the concentration of market power in the supermarket sector and the impacts of that concentration of market power on competition. Now, the Australian Greens have been very clear that we believe that the supermarket sector is too concentrated, and that we believe that divestiture powers should be introduced in this country to provide the ACCC with the power to go to the courts and apply for a divestiture order in the case that a corporation has misused its market power, and for the courts to make relevant orders that would result in an improvement in levels of competition, potentially in a particular geographic area, or by other means. Now, very pleased that the coalition has announced that they will support, or do support, divestiture laws in the supermarket sector, and I firmly believe that's because of the work of the Select Committee, and I want to acknowledge my colleagues on that committee. I notice Senator Cadell is currently in the chamber, and there were others, including Senator Tyrrell, who's not currently in the chamber, Senator Stirl. There was a range of people, but that committee worked really collaboratively to get to the bottom of a range of issues, not just limited, I might add, to consumer issues, but limited to the way that the big supermarket corporations treat their suppliers, which is often Australian family farms who, and we heard, I'm sure Senator Cadell would agree with this, we heard some heartrending testimony from farmers or from people who'd formerly had a life on the farm or a business in the agricultural sector in our country, of how the giant supermarket corporations treated them, and they misused their market power in terms of the way that they purchased products from farmers. And many farmers, again, this is based on evidence that we heard. It's also based in conversations that I've had with farmers in my home state of Tasmania, and I know other members of the committee had similar conversations with people on the land in their local areas. But many farmers were just simply too scared of retribution to even activate complaints against the big supermarket corporations when they believed that they were being treated poorly in negotiations. So that's why. Sorry. Okay, that's why we would be more than happy. In fact, that's why we will be moving to include the Treasury Laws Amendment mergers and acquisitions reform. Not because, I hasten to add, not because that will create divestiture powers, because it won't, but what it will do is allow the ACCC to adequately assess proposals for mergers that come before them. And even though this, in the area of competition, that bill of itself won't deliver everything the Australian Greens think needs to happen, because we do believe that we should have divestiture powers, but that mergers bill will in fact assist in preventing further concentration of competition in Australia, which will be a very good thing, given that we have seen far too much consolidation of market power in Australia in recent decades. Deputy President, I'm just going to seek your advice procedurally on whether I need to seek leave to move that amendment, or whether it has in fact been circulated in my name.
I was just actually asking that question, so
okay, I
was anticipating.
I'll just stay on my feet until that.
You're seeking, probably, if I'm anticipating your contribution, a simple amendment to the motion that's currently being debated by the chamber. Is that correct? Like adding
yes,
a bill?
and my advice is it has been circulated.
Okay,
Deputy President.
Well, then you can move it.
So
you could have moved it even if it was just one bill, because it allows flexibility for a very simple amendment.
Thank you. Well, I do move the amendment that's been circulated in my name, and just to be clear,
could you just bear with me till we get it? But she hasn't been circulated, so perhaps, given it's simple, you're adding one bill, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
It's appropriate to do it as you stand there.
All right. Well, I move to add in section D of the motion the Treasury Laws Amendment Mergers and Acquisitions Reform Bill 2024.
That would be 21, I reckon, in Roman numerals on the second page of the current motion. Is that correct? I just got it absolutely right. All right, so I'm going to take that as moved, okay, from the floor. Yeah, Senator Roberts.
Will we have an opportunity to continue the debate about the motion after the vote?
So the debate can continue.
Thank you.
And when the debate has concluded, I will put the amendment as moved by Senator McKim, and then no matter whatever happens to that, I will put the substantive motion. Yep. So you have the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. A lot of people this morning in the crossbench said we had far too many motions, far too many bills to consider. They said a lot of things very, very strongly about guillotines. The same people are now supporting guillotines, okay, not of 30 bills, but of 20 bills. XX is 20, Senator Canavan. Okay, thank you, Senator Canavan. Some of these are significant bills. Some of these are highly significant bills. So we had all the talk this morning about democracy, doing a proper job representing the people, staff workloads, all collapsed. Now we've got 27 bills. Collapsed. That's a fraud. In my view, that's a fraud. Presenting one thing this morning, coming back and agreeing to basically the same thing. And we have the online staff bill left out. So that was good news. But wait! We've got the Liberal National Party moving an amendment to put this online safety bill back into the guillotine. Back into the guillotine. One of the most far-reaching and consequential bills ever, and it's back in, thanks to the Liberal National Party. All the talk about democracy. What deals were done? What deals were done selling out the people again? We've got the crossbench moving to the government, and we've got the other cheek of the uni party moving to the government. And now we've got the Greens, who also opposed the guillotine this morning, wanting to add another bill to the guillotine this afternoon. This is just extraordinary. It'll leave only the United Australia Party and One Nation, and perhaps some of the stronger coalition senators with us. But I can make a guarantee about one thing, that this Senate will continue to sell out the Australian people. And I can make a guarantee about a second thing, that One Nation will keep serving the people, keep ensuring scrutiny of these bills. Let's see who among the LNP will not support the amendment.
Okay. So, yes.
A bit as well. On the amendment.
Yes, he has. Yeah. So Senator Wong, he's moved it from the. It hasn't been circulated, but he moved it from. So he's moved. Yeah. No. I'm talking about Senator Birmingham. On the Greens. No. Senator. Okay. Back to the Senator Birmingham. There has been no. The only thing that's been moved is a substantive motion of Senator Wong's, which is order of changing the order of business for the day, and Senator McKim has moved to include the Treasury Laws Amendment, Mergers and Acquisition Reform. There has been no amendments moved by any other member of the chamber. Thank you. Yeah, I give you the call.
Mr. President, before I close this debate, can I clarify what we will be doing, which I did explain to Senator Birmingham, but for the benefit of other members of the Senate. As you would anticipate, obviously, we have a difference of views on online safety and migration. So to respect that and to facilitate a more efficient way of dealing with those differences of views, I'm going to close this debate on Senator McKim's amendment, which I am advised we are supporting. Thank you. Just waiting for a nod from the manager. I think that's right. And then we can resolve the substantive motion. I'm flagging with the chamber that I will then move a further variation to the business to include online safety and migration. I can flag to the opposition we have received a request that be allocated at least an hour of debating time. And I have asked that the motion be redrafted to facilitate that request. With that information, I move that the question now be put.
So I'm putting the question now be put. So I'm just going to, I'll step it through so we can all, right, step it through. There are now 3 motions at my feet. The first is that the question be put. Then I will put the question on Senator McKim's amendment, which is inserting the Treasury Laws Amendment, Mergers and Acquisition Reform Bill 2024, and then depending on what happens with that, I'll put the substantive motion either amended or as it is. I intend to proceed. I put the question that the question be put. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Division is required. Ring the bells.
Yep.
The next is McKim's.
Yep. Lock the doors. So the question is that the question be put. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I believe I'm putting Senator McKim's amendment. Yes. So the question is the amendment as moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I'm going to put it again. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator McKim. The amendment is moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. There's been no debate. Yep. I've got to stick. Then. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment is moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Goodell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I now intend to move the motion as moved by Senator Wong earlier for the routine of business as amended by Senator McKim. So the question is that that motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, Senator Wong.
Sorry. If I may, just for the information of the Senate, I think you may have been the Deputy President may have been in the chair. I will move a further amendment after this substantive has been adopted, and it may be, I think I have, the opposition will be supportive, but it may be that Senator Roberts and others may wish to speak and vote on it because you have a different view, and we may need, this is on online safety being included at the end, Senator Roberts, so I'm just conscious that there's a no divisions from 1:30, so I'm flagging with the Senate that at that point we may need to move that there be divisions after 1:30 if Senator Roberts or others wish to move wish to vote differently on that bill. Yeah.
I note that the minister was seeking leave, and I'm assuming leave was given. Senator Roberts.
So I seek leave to respond to Senator Wong.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
We will
Senator
be opposing.
Roberts.
So we will seek divisions after 1:30. Okay. Thank you very much.
So the question is that the motion moved in relation to routine of business by Senator Wong and amended by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by Minister Wong in relation to routine of business and amended by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Goodell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Minister Wong.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the routine of business for today.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the resolution agreed to earlier today, meaning the one we've just voted on, relating to hours of meeting and routine of business be amended as follows. At the end of paragraph D, add Migration Amendment Bill 2024, Migration Removal and Other Measures Bill 2024, Migration Amendment Prohibiting Items in Immigration Detention Facilities Bill 2024, and after paragraph E, insert once consideration of bills listed in paragraph D has concluded, the routine of business be consideration of the Online Safety Amendment, Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2024 and the tabling of only of committee reports take place. The question of the second reading of the Online Safety Amendment Bill be put immediately and the time allotted for all remaining stages be 60 minutes. And in paragraph C, omit paragraph F and substitute paragraphs E and EB, which operate as limitations of debate under Standing Order 142. That motion is being circulated. It has the effect of including the bills that Senator Birmingham previously had moved an amendment in relation to, which will commence at the conclusion of the debate on the motion we have, on the bills in the motion we have just endorsed. And I move that the motion, I move that the question be now put.
Senator Rennick.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Leave is granted, Senator Rennick.
I have to say I'm shocked at this by the Liberal Party. Either you believe in guillotines or you don't. You can't pick and choose what sort of guillotines you want. And this online Safety Act requires greater scrutiny. But the other thing that really concerns me, the really big thing that concerns me here are these RBA reforms that aren't going to get the proper scrutiny that they deserve. Now, I am shocked at the fact that an Australian Treasurer would want to give more powers to the RBA, which we know, through estimates, doesn't want to release the correspondence it has with the International Bank of Settlements. Now, to give these guys more power and less accountability is a disgrace. Yesterday we saw a senator attacked here because she may have allegiance to another country. Well, let me tell you, the International Bank of Settlements have caused more wars and hardship than the Taliban have ever done, and it's an absolute disgrace that this bill is going to pass without proper scrutiny.
Thank you, Senator Rennick. Senator Canavan.
Thank you. I seek leave to make a short statement of no longer than 1 minute.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. So the question is that the amendment, as moved by Senator Wong to the Hours motion that we've just agreed to, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Pardon. The question is that the question be put. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Ring the bells for 1 minute. There's been no... well, there was... Order. Senators Wong and Canavan. Senator Canavan.
So, Madam President, under the rules of this chamber, this should be 4-minute division. We've had a number of statements between the last division. Why is it not for 4 minutes?
Senator Canavan, I have checked with the whips and they were comfortable with 1 minute. That is always my process. I check with the whips. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment, as moved by Senator Wong, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Lambie as teller for the noes. Order. There being 54 ayes and 8 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. So the question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is the motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 44 ayes and 19 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Pursuant to order just agreed to, government business order of the day, Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Finance Amendment Bill 2024, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Cash.
Thank you. And the bad news for all Australian small businesses, all 90,000 of them, when this bill goes through today, if the Greens support it, is that they are about to be whacked, courtesy of the Albanese Labor government, with $13.9 billion in regulatory costs. That's right, as if small businesses in Australia are not already doing it tough. But the arrogance of this government, the contempt with which they treat small business is well and truly on display with this bill. They don't care about the fact that they are currently presiding over the highest number of business insolvencies on record. I mean, governments like to create records, but I would have thought putting people out of business, which means putting Australians out of work, is not a record that a government should be proud of. And yet, as we stand here today, we are going to have all of about 7 minutes to actually talk about how small businesses in Australia, as I said, 90,000 businesses, will be subject to a $13.9 billion regulatory cost. Now, let's break that down, though. Let's break that down. For a small business with a turnover of up to $2 million, if this bill passes, the Albanese government has just committed them to an additional annual cost of $33,000. That's right. If this bill passes, small businesses in Australia, and as I said, there's about 90,000 of them that will come within the remit of this bill, as if they are not already doing it tough enough, as if enough of them have not already closed down, the Albanese government, in its arrogance, is about to impose on them an annual additional cost of $33,000. So let's face it, who pays for these costs? Well, let's just go through who is going to pay for these costs. It's the accountants who are going to be doing the tax for cafes. It's the accountants who are going to be doing the tax for bookshops. And it is the mum and dads, that's right, Mum and Dad Australia. Welcome to the world of the Albanese government. Mum and dads who engage someone to help with their financial affairs, courtesy of the Albanese government. If the Australian Greens decide to support this bill, you will be slugged with an additional cost of $33,000 per year. Let's talk about real estate agents, because guess what? In the 90,000 businesses that are going to be roped in to the arrogance of the Albanese government's bill, guess what? You are also going to be slugged each year with an annual cost of $33,000. So the real estate agents who manage your sales, who manage your rentals, again, get out your chequebook, because you will be writing a cheque to this government for $33,000 per year. Now let's talk about the country towns and the contempt that the Albanese government has for lawyers, because guess what? Lawyers are also going to be part of this tax grab by the Albanese government, $33,000, as I said, per year. They clearly haven't listened to the lawyers, the small lawyers, the country town lawyers. They run small practices in rural and regional areas. They gave very clear feedback. They can't afford it. It's as simple as that. As if at this point in time they have any spare cash, they are battling to keep their doors open. And despite all of this, Mr Albanese, in his arrogance, his contempt, in particular for rural and regional Australia, he says, I don't care. I will rush this bill through under a guillotine, and my gift to small businesses, 90,000 of them, as we head towards Christmas is, courtesy of the Albanese government, here is a bill for $33,000. And do you know what the feedback has been from small businesses? If we don't have to close our doors, and many of them have said that is probably what we are going to do, and if we close our doors, guess what? People lose their jobs. They have made it very, very clear. They will pass on these costs to Australian families. That's right. They'll actually pass on the costs to Australian families. Now, let me be clear. We're not opposed to this bill as such, because it was actually the Howard government who introduced the anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing regime in Australia. But the arrogance of the Albanese Labor government to rush through as a Christmas present to around 90,000 small businesses in Australia who are currently pleading with them, get out of our lives, stop the regulatory burden, let us get on with doing what we want to do every single day, and that is to just wake up in the morning, to go to work, to open our doors, to serve our communities, to employ some Australians, and do what government should want businesses to do, that is prosper, that is to grow, and to create more jobs for Australians. But again, the Albanese government can say what it likes in relation to small business. They can say what they like. If this bill goes through, every small business should have their eyes wide open. The Albanese government's Christmas gift to you, as I said, this is not the coalition saying it, it is in the Albanese government's regulatory impact statement, $13.9 billion in red tape, because let's face it, small businesses out there, they love a bit more red tape from government. Small businesses, 90,000 of them, they will be wrapped up in an additional $13.9 billion in red tape. And as I said, we've had it confirmed. We asked Senator Wong a question about this in the Senate. Can you confirm that with this bill, the Albanese government is slugging small businesses in Australia, 90,000 of them, with an additional regulatory impact of about $33,000? And she said yes, because you see, those on the other side have no shame. They have no shame, they have no understanding that they are presiding over a record number of insolvencies, and as we've always said on this side, a business that has to close employs no one. Merry Christmas, Albanese government, to small businesses, $33,000 in red tape.
Thank you, Senator. It now being 1:30, we shall now proceed to the 2-minute statements, and I call Senator Gosch.
Thank you. I rise to speak on the impact of algorithm-driven rostering practices on Australian workers and to emphasise the importance of the global Make Amazon Pay campaign and the work of the SDA in Australia. The Make Amazon Pay campaign calls for fairer practices that respect the balance between the operational needs of Amazon and the welfare and dignity of workers in Australia. In the Australian retail and warehousing sectors, rostering is increasingly done by algorithms and apps. These platforms are used to improve efficiency and are also claimed to improve fairness and equity in staff rostering. Yet the reality for workers who are rostered on for work using these apps and algorithms is often far from ideal. The experience of workers is that the systems Amazon puts into place lead to inconsistent and unpredictable work schedules, underemployment and financial insecurity, as well as increased stress levels. Automated rosters can also have a disruptive impact on the lives of employees, making it difficult for them to plan childcare or balance work with family responsibilities and commitments. In my first speech in this place, I spoke of the need to foster an Australia that allows people to play active and engaged roles in community life and in family life. The predictability of hours of work is essential to that goal. There are economic and household impacts as well. According to a study cited by the Shop Distributive and Allied Employees Association in their submission to the Select Committee on Adopting Artificial Intelligence, 69% of workers with children under 12 reported that work times affected when other family members could work. The solution here is not to reject technology and innovation, but to use it responsibly. Workers are directly affected by new technology and often have valuable insights into how best to deploy these technologies to achieve the desired goals without negatively affecting the workers themselves and their families.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. As we're here today, David McBride, who told the truth about war crimes in Afghanistan, is in jail. And he's in jail and was attacked by this government. He was attacked by this government because he called out the lack of accountability for the leadership in the ADF for the war crimes that happened in Afghanistan. And he has been utterly vindicated in the oversight report by Dr. Vivienne Thom, who fundamentally disagreed with the Brereton report conclusion that the leadership of the ADF should get off scot-free for any responsibility for the war crimes in Afghanistan. And when you go back and you read that Brereton report, and you realise that at the time he was held senior office in the reserves for the ADF, and he decided to give all of his senior mates a get-out-of-jail-free card in that report, it starts to make things fall in place, because that's who the Labor government, with the support of the coalition, decided to put in charge of the National Anti-Corruption Commission. And since then, we have seen Dr. Vivienne Thom's report land and the oversight report come and smash the conclusion of Brereton and 100% support what David McBride said. And I'll quote briefly from Vivienne Thom's report. The panel did not agree with the Brereton inquiry's view that some accountability and responsibility could not fall on the most senior officers, and it suggested the issue should be the subject of further consideration. What has the government done with that? Bury the report. And when you read Vivienne Thom's report, she points out the failure of defence leadership to see the intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance reports, the lack of having ethical leadership, the fact that there was no curiosity from the senior leadership. And I say this, that senior leadership are covered with medals and retirement bonuses, and David McBride's in jail. It's a disgrace.
Your time's expired. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. Under Labor, living standards for all Australians have fallen dramatically over the last 2.5 years, and our economy is grinding to a halt. The only way to get Australia back on track is to elect a Dutton coalition government. And someone I'd like to see as part of that government is Nathan Conroy, our Liberal candidate for Dunkley, and a true champion of his community. Nathan understands what matters most to the people of Dunkley, those that proudly call Dunkley their home, because for 3 years now he was elected by his peers to be Mayor of Frankston. He knows the challenges faced by those families, by those small business owners, by local traders, by local sports clubs, because he's out there talking to them every single day, as he's done for years now. From rising electricity bills to skyrocketing rents and the increasing cost of everyday items, the cost of living is hitting the people of Dunkley very hard indeed. The last thing they need right now, indeed the last thing all Australians need or want, is for this crisis to go on any further. Nathan knows that the only way to deliver real and sustainable cost of living relief is to get inflation down, and to get inflation down faster. He knows that only a Dutton coalition government will deliver the strong economic leadership needed to rein in spending, remove unnecessary red tape, tackle the cost of living crisis head on. Nathan Conroy's all about supporting small business. He's all about focusing on families, local families, not just in the short term, but in the long term too. He'll be a strong advocate from every corner of the community, from Frankston to Seaford to Langwarrin to Carrum. Nathan has a bold vision for Dunkley, and he's working so hard to take the community with him, to share that vision with them. I'm looking forward to joining Nathan on the ground in his community to help him get elected to Parliament so that he can advocate for his community right here.
Your time's expired. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And on the 10th of November 2024, a dear friend of mine entered eternal life. Trish Moran was a Labor legend on the Central Coast. She understood working class values and the importance of the trade union movement in improving the lives of all Australians. To the members of the Arimba-Narara Valley branch, which she founded in 1984, Trish was described as the glue who brought people together, a natural leader who was the custodian embodiment of Labor ideals. Trish was an ardent supporter of the Australian Republican movement, being a candidate to attend the 1998 Constitutional Convention after the recommendation of Malcolm Turnbull. Trish ran for the seat of Robertson both in 2001 and 2004, bravely putting herself into contention to represent our great community. While Trish proved unsuccessful in both of those attempts, she did run mighty campaigns, with a sitting member at the time of the first attempt, Jim Lloyd, describing her as a worthy opponent. And New South Wales Premier Neville Wran describing her as the best candidate New South Wales Labor had fielded in years, after her second attempt. Importantly too, Trish allowed those that came after her in Robertson, such as myself and the current member, Dr Gordon Reid, to stand on the shoulders of the incredible work that she did as a Labor titan. To Trish's loved ones, especially Andy and their 3 children, please know that beside you, we also miss Trish very deeply. We've lost a titan of the Labor movement, and a dear friend of hers has asked me to conclude with these remarks and a quote from her funeral. Trish Moran fought the good fight to the end, ran the good race until the finish, and she kept the faith. I want to say she was also a fabulous teacher librarian, and my own daughter Caitlin was happy to be her library monitor in Year 4 at Holy Cross, Kincumber.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Last week, Ukraine fired US-made long-range missiles into Russia for the first time after President Biden lifted restrictions on their use. In response, President Putin formally lowered the threshold for Russia's use of its nuclear weapons. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov appeared to suggest today that Russia might respond with nuclear weapons to make potential enemies understand what retaliation meant on an attack of Russia or its allies. In February 2022, Russia attacked Ukraine. Russia attacked Ukraine not because they were being threatened by Ukraine, but because Ukraine said that they would like to join NATO. And why? It probably had a lot to do with the fact that Russia invaded Ukraine's territory in 2014, annexing the Crimean Peninsula. At the time, the world did nothing, giving Putin a green light. 8 years later, he started massing troops on Ukraine's border. At the time, many observers thought this was just Putin flexing his muscles. But on the 24th of February, Putin called the world's bluff and attacked Ukraine. Nearly 3 years on, Russia is getting attack drones from Iran and troops from North Korea, and they are settling their oil at a low price to China. Trump says he can finish the war in 24 hours. Statements from Trump's team have indicated that he expects Ukraine to give up parts of the country. Let's call this out for what it is. This is appeasement, and if Putin isn't stopped, he will keep going. As US Secretary of Defence Lord Austin has said, Putin will not stop at Ukraine, and President Zelensky has warned that Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Moldavia might be next. Poland is spending billions of dollars shoring up its defences, has taken 1.6 million Ukrainian refugees. On Tuesday, the Polish Foreign Minister Sikorski said that the biggest European Union countries are ready to assume burden of military and financial aid to Ukraine in case the US reduces its support. Responding to news that Biden's White House has given Ukraine a green light to use US-supplied long-range missiles to strike targets inside Russia, Zelensky welcomed the move, calling it a response in language that Putin understands. He's spot on. Appeasement doesn't work with bullies. Look what happened in the run-up in World War II. Any talk of peace that involves Ukraine giving up territory is a peace. It's appeasement.
Thank you,
it's appeasement.
Senator Lambie. Your time's expired. Senator McGrath.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, everyone. Each year, my Christmas card features a country church from a small town in Queensland, and this year it is the In-June Churches Together, which is in In-June. And on the back of the card, this is my message to everybody. Christmas is a time to give thanks, to rest and to reflect. And whether you pray to God or gods or to none, let us all give thanks that we live in Australia. As Ukraine fights for her freedom and war grows in the Holy Land, we do pray for peace. We give thanks that in In-June, the Anglican, Catholic and uniting churches showed the way by coming together as In-June Churches Together. Originally known as St. Peter's, it is a simple church built of cypress pine in 1925. Inside, it was unlined with a simple altar and stools for seating. In-June Churches Together is proof that churches not be grand, for us to pray, to think and to give thanks. Let the story of this church and the uniting of different denominations in a small country town guide us, and may the new year bring better days.
Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. As Australians gear up for Black Friday sales tomorrow and look forward to receiving packages over coming weeks, it's important to remember the shady track record of one major company that looks to benefit the most from tomorrow's sale, that company being Amazon. Amazon is staunchly anti-union and seek to constantly deny workers from finding a collective voice wherever they can. Behind the cheap prices and ease of online shopping hides the reality of a multi-billion-dollar company appalling record on worker safety, pay and working conditions through their operations around the world. The company has form when it comes to worker exploitation, surveillance and cheating, and creating a workplace culture that clearly values profits over people. They do this by hiring warehouse staff as casuals and through labour hire avenues. They then impose punishing productivity targets and workplace surveillance. Amazon's workers have voiced their concerns that almost every move they're making, every union agreement they're trying to have, and even every bathroom break where Amazon workers are trying to take are being monitored and noted by management. Our government's recent reforms to protect gig workers, labour hire workers and casuals are crucial to preventing exploitation of those workers here in Australia. To no one's surprise, the Liberals and Nationals voted against these reforms. From Black Friday tomorrow to Cyber Monday this coming week, workers, trade unions, anti-poverty and garment workers' rights groups and others across the world are uniting with one goal in mind: to make Amazon pay, to pay its workers fairly for the work they do and respect their right to join a union. Because while it's clear online retail giants like Amazon are reshaping how we shop, we can't allow them to reshape how we uphold workers' rights in this country.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pocock David.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. As the parliamentary year and potentially the parliamentary term wraps up, I wanted to say what an incredible privilege it is to be in this place representing a community I love. And as this could be the last sitting day of this term, it could also be my last speech, and I just wanted to thank a bunch of people. All of us know that none of us could be in this place and do what we do without the support of our family and loved ones. And so I wanted to thank my wife Emma for her support. I wanted to thank my team again. I think most senators would agree that without your team, you're not going to survive long in this place. You're an incredible team, and I've loved working over the last 3 years with you. To the volunteers who come into the office every day, thank you for your commitment and your support to help serve people in the ACT. To all the various stakeholders and experts who've contributed to decisions about amendments and policy over the last 2 years, thank you so much. And to Canberrans who gave me this opportunity, put their trust in me to represent them as one of their senators, thank you very much. It's something I do not take lightly and has been a privilege. Every time I come in here to vote, I'm very conscious of the fact that I'm voting on behalf of people in the ACT. And so as we head into an election, elections should be about priorities of communities, and I look forward to continuing to consult with people in the ACT about what they want on the agenda into the election. It's great to see the Parliament finally this week dealing with housing, cost of living. This is what I'm hearing people want addressed, and no doubt that will be a big part of the election. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, today is the last day of parliamentary sitting for this year, and we had so many opportunities this week to get meaningful reforms through this place. Banning gambling advertising that is destroying families, driving up suicide rates, and is a scourge on our society, but no legislation to be seen on that. We had an opportunity to act for renters and to cap rental increases, but no, absolutely nothing from the government on this. And we had a chance to fight for our environment. We have got a progressive crossbench and a Labor government who said that they would act on climate and who said they would act on the environmental crisis, but no nature laws, nothing to see here. Instead, they are teaming up with the Liberal Party to ram through the most Trumpian, cruel, disgusting migration laws that this country has seen in decades, and they should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. Instead of agreeing and offering to work with the Greens to strengthen our forestry laws, to get strong climate legislation in place, they are beholden. Mr Anthony Albanese is completely beholden to the fossil fuel industry who call the shots in this place. Well, can I just tell you that voters and people right across our communities are completely outraged by this betrayal from the Labor government. The Labor government was elected on lie after lie after lie. I sat next to the member for Macnamara when he promised that things would be better under Labor for our environment, for refugees, for asylum seekers, for people seeking our protection. And here we are today. Draconian migration laws and no progress on climate or environment. It's a disgrace. To the voters in my state of Victoria, please know that the Greens are with you. We know that you're struggling. We know that this cost of living crisis is causing significant angst, as is the climate crisis, and know that we stand with you, ready to fight for your rights in this place next term.
Your time's expired. Senator Van. I intend to go through the list for the people that have been in the chamber, so I'll go to Senator Van.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. When the government announced their 2030 Paris target of 43%, I stood up in this chamber and commended the government for doing so, but also outlined that I did not believe this was ambitious enough. Ambitious targets are one thing, but we also need concrete, pragmatic plans to get us there, as well as strong governance of our energy institutions to keep those plans on track. The Nationally Determined Contributions, or NDCs, under the Paris Climate Agreement is a country's climate commitment that must be updated every 5 years to reflect both growing ambition, technologies and plans to reach their targets. The next update for 2035 is due in February, 2035 target is due in February 2025. This is our opportunity to demonstrate ambition and commitment. So why then are there indications, you might ask, that the major parties might not reveal their revised targets until after next year's election? I believe it is important to Australians to be able to weigh up the alternatives when they decide how to vote at the upcoming election. I believe it is important that both the government update their target and the coalition, who haven't updated their target since 2019, assure us that they will share their targets ahead of the next election. And not just a target, I might add, but they should also detail their plans on how they plan to reach those targets. I believe it would be a complete disservice to the electorate if they do not. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Green.
Acting Deputy President. Acting Deputy President, may I say Merry Christmas. We're very close to the end of the year, and children around the country will be finding out whether they're on the naughty or the nice list from Santa Claus this Christmas. And it's an opportunity, I think, to talk about the things that might land you on either of these lists, because we know that the Albanese Labor government has given the opposition every opportunity to do the right thing, to back good reforms, and to do things that would make lives better for Australians, reforms that would have landed them on the nice list. But every step of the way, every time they've had a chance to support positive change, they've blocked, they've delayed, or they've voted against it. So let's take a quick look of their record, shall we? And trust me, I have checked this list twice. Remember when they wanted to take the country to an election over tax cuts for every single taxpayer? They dug in their heels against higher minimum wages for the lowest paid workers in the country. They're against same job, same pay. They're against pay rises for aged care workers. The LNP are even against cheaper medicines. They voted 6 times in the Senate to stop Australians getting access to cheaper medicines. Now, they're also against making sure that Australians earn more and keep of what they earn. That would have got them on the nice list for sure, but they didn't take that chance. They're against urgent care clinics and 24-hour nurses in aged care. They're against tripling bulk billing incentive, and while they're against that, we're delivering better healthcare for Australians across the country. They voted against energy bill relief, and of course they voted against everything to do with housing ever. Maybe they thought that Santa or the Australian people weren't watching during those divisions. And finally, they're against fee-free TAFE. Believe it or not, the LNP candidate for Leichhardt has even gone as far to say that the TAFE is a waste. Well, I wish those people in Far North Queensland a Merry Christmas.
Time's expired. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, today we have seen how unbelievably allergic this government is to transparency, with their attempt to guillotine more bills today than they've passed using the proper processes in the entire year. But this is just one example of a pattern of behaviour. Another example of this government's complete opaqueness that I find particularly aggrieving is their approach to the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee process, which dictates which new medicines are going to be made available to Australian patients on the PBS. In Senate estimates 3 weeks ago, the department belled the cat and admitted that there's going to be an ongoing cap on the number of medicines that can be considered for listing under the PBS under the Albanese Labor government. After deflections and denials by the department and the government, we've received worrying confirmation that there could actually be ongoing delays in patients' access to new essential medicines. This is the first time in history the PBS has had a cap of this nature, and never under the former coalition government was there a limit on the number of medicines that would be considered for the PBS under the PBAC process. It's an unacceptable development in the PBS's history, especially when the government has just released its Health Technology Assessment Review,
which acknowledges that Australia is falling behind the rest of the world when it comes to getting access to new treatments and medicines. This decision has also evoked concerning comparisons to 2011, when the then Gillard Labor government deferred subsidised PBAC-recommended medicines as a budgetary measure, and they admitted it at the time. But the government refuses to take account its responsibility, with Senator Gallagher continuing to argue that there is no cap. This is a cap. It literally says it on the PBS minutes. The government must own up to patients who are waiting for affordable access to potentially life-saving medicines and guarantee they'll get access, as they promised in the lead-up to the last election.
Thank you, Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Not for the first time, the Senate yesterday heard the word racist used improperly. The Oxford Dictionary defines racism as, quote, having the belief that some races of people are better than others, showing this through violent or unfair treatment of people of other races. Racism exists as a word because of the need to protect people from violence. Throwing the word racist around in an unedifying display of rudeness and intimidation devalues the word to the point where it no longer provides protection for those who genuinely need it. The word racism to the political left now means any opinion they disagree with, and even worse, it's thrown at any human being whose views they disagree with. Shame on you for taking away the power the word racist once had. Repetitive, incorrect use of the word does get in, which is why it's the #1 tactic of the Greens and the political left. It's used as a strategy to stop people actually looking at our policies and realising they are in the best interest of the Australian community of which they're a part. To any Australian who believes One Nation is actually a racist party, I issue you this invitation. Come along to the next One Nation event in your area and see for yourself. Did our members make you feel welcome? Did the topics we discussed make you feel uncomfortable by virtue of your race, religion or skin colour? When I end my speeches with, "We are one community, we are one nation," that isn't an election slogan, we mean it. All those who call this beautiful country home, those who are here first, and the many who've come since, must be allowed to lift themselves up through their own hard work and endeavour, and in so doing benefit all who are here. Creating a nation which genuinely protects the natural environment, which provides religious freedom, which respects parents' rights and primacy of the family, and which limits government power to the bare necessities. These are One Nation's core values. I can describe why I am proud to be a member of One Nation in 4 words: flag, faith, family, freedom.
Thank you, Senator. Your time's expired. Senator Pratt.
First, which is coming up in a couple of days' time, of course, marks World AIDS Day. More than 42 million people have died of AIDS-related illnesses in the 40 years since the start of the epidemic. Too many people are without the medical support that they deserve and the treatment that they deserve. I want to pay tribute to Lady Rosalind Murata, who is here as head of the Global Fund and chair of the board, campaigning for the next replenishment round, because treatment can and does make a difference. Because did you know, through colleagues, that if you are on HIV treatment, your viral load can go down to 0. And once you're down at 0, you cannot pass on HIV to another person. This is at the core of reaching, in the next few years, according to the newly released strategy that Mark Butler launched today, of the virtual elimination of HIV in Australia. U equals U. It means undetectable equals untransmissible. This is why we need to test and treat Australians who may be vulnerable to acquiring HIV and destigmatise HIV and encourage testing throughout our community. We can reach an AIDS-free generation in Australia. I'm very glad to hear that the UK has also set itself an equivalent goal. We can create an AIDS-free agenda
Senator.
across
Your
the world.
time's expired. Senator Ciccone, I'm very generous on the eve of Christmas.
Thank you very much, and Merry Christmas to you too, Acting Deputy President, and everyone here.
Hope you all have a lovely break over the summer with family and friends. But while we break, I just wanted to remind everyone in this chamber on the fantastic approach that the Albanese Labor government has taken to our economy, particularly under the leadership of our Treasurer and our Finance Minister here, who's in the chamber, Senator Katie Gallagher. Our approach would be completely unrecognisable to those opposite because, quite frankly, there are three things I want to mention. First, we've banked the majority of upward revisions to revenue, whereas those opposite would have actually spent most of them. We've also found almost $80 billion in savings, whereas those opposite had no savings measure in their last budget. None.
Nothing. Zero.
And we've exercised spending restraint with average real spending growth around a third of what they had averaged. Wow, what a Christmas gift. What a Christmas gift. And this approach has enabled us to also support Australians during this cost of living crisis that they are experiencing at the moment. Under Labor, more people are in jobs and they are earning more, and with our tax plan they get to keep more of what they earn. Real wages have grown more in the last 12 months alone than they did in the entire decade of the former coalition government. Prices are now rising at the lowest pace in almost 4 years. And don't forget, inflation had a 6 in front, and what does it have now, colleagues? It has a 2 in front. Thanks to the work of Katie Gallagher and Jim Chalmers, we are much better as a nation.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Time for question time. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks very much, President. President, my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, since being elected in 2022, the Albanese Labor government has announced more than $50 billion in off-budget spending, hidden away to contribute, though, to a $49.3 billion deterioration to the budget bottom line, the worst in history that's now going to occur outside of a war or pandemic. The government's now promising to add billions more to off-budget spending. How can the government justify all of this off-budget spending while refusing also to rule out further election promises at a time when Australians are desperate to see inflationary pressures permanently fixed and interest rates come down in Australia like they are in the rest of the world?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
What page? Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Birmingham for that question. It gives me the opportunity to remind those opposite that, in fact, debt is lower under us than it was under you. Remind you that, you know, this, because of course off-budget spending is something that still has to be financed, and I just would make the point that, in fact, as Senator Gallagher said yesterday, we inherited a debt higher than we currently have, and debt is $149 billion lower in 23-24 than what was forecast at the election. And that is saving the nation about $80 billion in interest costs over the decade. So we were asked a question about off-budget spending. I assume the issue is debt, but actually we are, as a result of the budget position that we have established, in fact, ensuring that Australians are paying less in interest costs over the decade than it would have been the case under him. But what is also interesting, if I'm asked about off-budget spending, is that we also see that there is some suggestion that those opposite are looking at financing their risky, costly nuclear plan, nuclear announcement off-budget. Off-budget, but we're not quite sure. I mean, let's remember this is $600 billion worth of spending on the most expensive power that you can imagine, which will only deliver less than 4% of the grid and will add $1,000 a year to your energy bills and take up to 20 years before it even starts delivering. And now they're saying, oh, actually, we do want to fund it off-budget. Well, we think we do, thereby adding to debt. So, Senator Birmingham, if you're so concerned about the fiscal circumstances, I invite you to tell the gallery how you are funding your risky, expensive, slow nuclear
Minister Wong.
scheme.
Senator Birmingham, first supplementary.
President, it's so kind of Minister Wong to wish to turn it into opposition question time and talk about opposition policies. But the Treasurer yesterday stated that despite good progress we are making in the national numbers, We know that doesn't automatically translate into how people feel. Given independent analysis shows real household incomes are unlikely to recover to even half of what they were before this crisis, can Australians ever expect to experience good progress in their household incomes and personal finances that the Treasurer is boasting of?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
Well, I'm very happy to take the question, but I'm not sure how that relates to the primary, which was about off-budget spending. I guess they wanted to get out of the nuclear off-budget story. Run away from the story, the headline that says you're going to finance your risky, expensive, very slow nuclear scheme off-budget. But I want to make this point about cost of living and the Treasurer's response, particularly to the inflation figures yesterday. We know Australians are doing it tough. We know that there is a lot more work to do, which is why we are working to keep wages up, why we are working to provide tax cuts for all Australians, why we are working to deliver cheaper medicines and cheaper childcare. And all of these things are priorities for the government. And it is a good thing that we see that monthly inflation is about a third of what we inherited at the election and around a quarter of its peak. That is a good thing. And I would hope Senator Birmingham would say that is a good thing for Australians and their families.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Well, as we leave 2024, Australians are now grappling with the longest household recession in Australia on record, a fact that the government doesn't want to own up to, living standards that are unlikely to recover to where they were prior to the inflation crisis until at least 2026 or later, and all while the government continues to make more spending promises. Minister, Australians are poorer under this Labor government. When will the government take responsibility and fix the crisis that has driven Australian household incomes down in our country?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, what I'd say to Senator Birmingham is that this is a government that is working to bring down inflation. This is a government that is working to provide cheaper medicines. This is a government working to provide cheaper childcare. And most importantly, unlike those opposite, this is a government working to lift wages. Working to lift wages. We do not think that the response to our cost of living crunch that Australians are experiencing is lower wages. That is always the Liberal way, you know, a deliberate design feature of the economy, a deliberate design feature of the Australian economy. We want to keep real wages moving. We want to keep wages moving. And what we have seen under this government is wages are moving. And I know that is not something those opposites support, but that is something that matters to wage earners around this country, because with a decent wage, that is the pathway to financial security.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Billick.
Thank you. My question's to the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Aged Care, Senator Gallagher. The Albanese Labor government came to government with a promise to reform and improve aged care in Australia. Since then, we've made important reforms and addressed 94 recommendations of the Royal Commission. Reforms include registered nurses on site 24/7, star ratings and mandatory care minutes. Why is the government so committed to reforming aged care, and how will the government's reforms support older Australians and their families and the workers who care for them?
Thank you, Senator Billick. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Billick for the question, and can I take this opportunity too to acknowledge Senator Billick's outstanding service in this chamber, and we're so pleased and proud to work with her. We know, but I thought I would. We know you're coming back next year. I just thought I would acknowledge that. And the work that you've done in aged care over your service in this chamber, because it's work like yours that has helped shape the policy and priorities going forward. And we did go to the election in 2022 promising to lift the standards of aged care in Australia, and I would acknowledge the work that Minister Butler and Minister Wells have done in implementing our policy commitments. We are committed to continuing to reform aged care in Australia because older Australians deserve high-quality care. It's that simple. And since tabling of the Royal Commission report in 2021, 136 recommendations have been addressed. 94 have been addressed. Of those 136, 94 have been addressed by the Albanese government. There is now a registered nurse on site in aged care 99% of the time across Australia. This is an incredible achievement and improves the quality of care for older Australians who live in residential aged care. Under the Albanese government's reforms, older Australians are receiving an additional 3.9 million minutes of care every day. And we know that was one of the critical findings in the Royal Commission, was that older Australians in residential aged care both wanted additional support time, and that would improve the quality of care for them across the centre. So that has been delivered. The aged care bill passed by this chamber last week is a landmark reform addressing 58 recommendations of the Royal Commission. So we've done a lot, but there is more to do, President.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bilyk, first supplementary.
Thank you. A key part of the new Aged Care Act is the new Support at Home program. How will Support at Home help older Australians remain independent in their home and their community?
Thank you, Senator Bilyk. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and thanks, Senator Bilyk, for the question. This is one of those areas where we know that older Australians, given the choice, would like to age and continue to age at home with the support and care that they need within the communities that they have lived in and that they love. Our $4.3 billion investment in Support at Home will help around 1.4 million Australians remain independent in their home and in their community for longer. Support at Home will cut wait times to receive in-home aged care services. It will deliver more tailored support with 8 levels of ongoing care instead of 4, and it will ensure faster access to assistive technology like walkers and wheelchairs, and increase the maximum level of support available from $61,000 to $78,000. It's not an understatement to say that these reforms will change lives, including being able to provide palliative care support to ensure older Australians can spend their final weeks at home. And we are very proud of this reform.
Senator Bilyk, second supplementary.
Thank you for those answers, Minister. Aged care workers across the country ensure that the lives of older Australians in care are safe, healthy and fulfilling. Why did the Albanese Labor government decide to increase the wages of aged care workers, and what impact will this have on their lives?
Thank you, Senator Bilyk. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, Senator Bilyk. Thank you, President. I again acknowledge the work of Senator Bilyk in advocating for increased wages for the lowest paid workers in this country. In 2023, we invested $11.3 billion to deliver a historic increase to the award wage for 250,000 workers. Now, this had been a campaign that had been building from those workers themselves through their union and into this parliament. And we know the change that this has brought about. Not only are those workers getting better wages, fairer wages and having their work respected, we're now seeing that there's an increase in retaining workers and attracting workers to that sector, and I have no doubt we'll see similar change when early childhood educators get their wage increase on the 1st of December. Registered nurses are now taking home an additional $196 a week, or more than $10,000 a year, and personal care workers are now taking home an additional $141
Thank you, Minister.
a week.
The time for answering has expired. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Australians are in a cost of living crisis where they're noticing that their money simply is not going as far as it once did due to the record high interest rates, sticky homegrown inflation, declining real household incomes and rising bills. Can the Minister confirm that under the Albanese Labor government, the Employee Cost of Living Index, as reported in the ABS, has shown an increase of 18.9% in the cost of living expenses households are facing?
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. And as I said in response to her leader, I'd say to Senator McKenzie, Australians are doing it tough. We understand that, which is why working to lift wages, to bring down costs, to strengthen Medicare, increase bulk billing, build more homes, deliver cheaper medicine, cheaper childcare. These are all things that are priorities. And what I would say to the Senator is I'd make this point, that we've seen wages growing for a number of consecutive quarters, and growth in I think the September quarter was the strongest in 4 years. And that is in a very important outcome for working people. It is a very important outcome for Australians trying to deal with cost of living, and it is an outcome that we have been working towards. We know that on this side, we are supporters of increased or higher wages for aged care workers, for childcare workers, for workers on the minimum wage, and we understand that lifting wages is central to Australians who are struggling with the cost of living, just as we understood that making sure you can keep more of what you earn is central to meeting cost of living pressures, which is why it is this government that brought forward a revision to the tax cuts to ensure, instead of tax cuts which were unfairly skewed to those on very high incomes, we delivered a tax cut to every Australian taxpayer, every Australian taxpayer. And Senator McKenzie, what I would say to you is I would remind you that you were so opposed to that for a period when, where there was the rush of blood. You wanted to go to an election on it. Do you remember that? They were going to go to an election because they actually didn't want Australians to have a tax cut. So that does say something about the philosophical difference between our parties. We want higher wages and we want lower taxes for working people. You want lower wages and you want people to work more for less.
Senator McKenzie, first supplementary.
I'll take that as you can't or refuse to confirm the ABS employee cost of living increases. Can the minister please confirm for the Senate that the figures released by the Australian Bureau of Statistics that disposable income has collapsed to 8.7% under your government is the largest fall since records began? A simple confirmation, Minister.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
Well, this is fundamentally a question about inflation, Senator, and you're right. Inflation is higher than we would like it to be, but I would make the point it is around a third of what we inherited at the election. I'll take the interjection from Senator McKenzie again. I don't know if I may say, Senator, not your finest interjection. Whose fault is that? That's what she said. Whose fault is that? So when we inherited in monthly inflation nearly 3 times what it is now, whose fault was that? I mean, the reality is inflation is about a third of what the Labor government inherited at the election and around a quarter of its peak. Let's remember that. Now, this is encouraging, and I know you don't celebrate it, but we actually think it's a good thing for working people, for Australians, that inflation is lower. But we know there is more to do, Senator, and unlike you, we are for higher wages, lower taxes for working people. That is not the position of the Liberal Party.
Thank you, Minister Wong. The time for answering has expired. Senator McKenzie, second supplementary.
Minister, since the Albanese Labor government was elected, interest rates have increased 12 times. Mortgage interest repayments have tripled, resulting in an average family mortgage being $35,000 more under this government. The US, UK, Canada, Eurozone and New Zealand have all seen cuts. In fact, the government-appointed RBA governor has stated there isn't an interest rate cut in sight. Why are Australians uniquely worse off under Labor than anywhere else in the world?
The time for asking has expired. Minister Wong.
Well, I again say, Senator, 2 things. Monthly inflation is around a third of what we inherited and a quarter of its peak. Those opposite who say inflation is too high, and we would agree. We want inflation to sustainably be within the band. We want inflation to come down from where it was, and so it is a good thing that we see the last ABS figures with the reduction in inflation. It is also a good thing that real wages have grown, as I said, for 4 consecutive quarters. 4 consecutive quarters. If annual wage growth had continued under us as under you, the average Australian worker would have been over $5,500 worse off. I mean, that's what would have happened. Because you know what they are? They're the party that says we want you to work more for less. That's the Liberal Party way of dealing with inflation and dealing with economic challenges. They say to workers, work more for less.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator, order. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. My question is to Minister Wong, representing the Prime Minister. Minister, the long-awaited National Anti-Racism Framework was released this week, and it makes no bones about the roots, extent, and depth of systemic, structural, and institutional racism and white privilege in this country. The report notes that it is beyond clear that racism has been entrenched in systems, structures, and institutions of Australia since colonisation. It is pervasive and causes real harm to people every single day, including, I can add, in this very chamber. The Commission calls on the Australian government to lead a national response to eliminating racism that begins with truth-telling for First Nations and embeds their rights to self-determination. Minister, will you commit to fully funding and implementing the National Anti-Racism Framework that begins with truth-telling for First Nations peoples?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Thank you. And I've spoken before in this place and in my public life over many years about the effect of racism and the experience of racism, as I did also, Senator, in relation to your the targeting of you by Senator Hanson. So I think my comments about the existence of and the damage that racism causes are well established. In relation to the Human Rights Commission's National Anti-Racism Report, I would like to thank the Race Discrimination Commissioner for his work. This is important work, and we have a long way to go when it comes to eliminating racism in all sectors of Australian society. You know, all of us have a role to play in ensuring that there is no racism in this country. No one should be targeted because of who they are or what they believe. And it is a fundamental principle of our democracy that people should live that people should feel and be safe, regardless of who they are or which faith they adhere to. Now, in terms of the recommendations, that report has been provided to government. I understand, I think, to the Attorney-General is the responsible minister. I'm looking at Minister Watt, who's looking at it. Yes, I think that's right. The government will carefully consider the 63 recommendations that related to work being progressed across government.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Faruqi, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, the only way to unwind entrenched racism is to accept that approaches to date have been ad hoc, disjointed, and ineffective, because governments have avoided the truth about racism and the whitewashed structures that persist at every level. Minister, one of the overarching recommendations is for the government to establish a national anti-racism task force to oversee and advise on the implementation of the National Anti-Racism Framework. Given the urgency of the work, will you commit to the task force today?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, as I said, Senator Faruqi, I think the report was handed to government this week, and we will work through those recommendations as I indicated.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Faruqi, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, this workplace is one where the existence of racism is denied, while those calling it out are dismissed, vilified, and even punished. The framework acknowledges that a person calling out racism often endures more negative repercussions than the perpetrator, and highlights the need of understanding how systems, structures, and institutions are racist and to build racial literacy. Minister, will you mandate anti-racism training for senators and MPs so racial literacy can be built in here?
Thank you, Minister Wong. It isn't I'm advised by the clerk, it isn't the government's responsibility to mandate the training, but I will invite the minister to respond to your question in her own way.
Thank you, President. And I think it is the case that there are often, we do see, or we do ourselves experience, criticism for calling things out. And it is the case that people should be able to both be and feel safe in this workplace as in all others. You've a number of propositions in the earlier part of your question which I don't agree with, but I do agree with the need for all of us to recognise what we can do to make our society more inclusive, to make this workplace more respectful, and part of that is to ensure that we are respectful in how we treat each other.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator McCarthy. The educational outcomes of First Nations students are still significantly lower than that of their peers. I understand that for many First Nations students from remote areas, boarding schools are the only option to engage in education. What steps has the Albanese Labor government taken to support First Nations students in Central Australia?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Stewart for her question and her interest in Central Australia. The Albanese government's $18 million investment in boarding school infrastructure in Central Australia is a game changer for First Nations students from remote communities. For many of these children, boarding school is not just an option, it's their only opportunity, President. This initiative builds on a proud legacy of ensuring education for remote Indigenous students, one that began when Gough Whitlam established the boarding colleges at Urara College, giving kids the chance to succeed in a supportive environment. And I speak from experience as well, President. As a child, I made the journey over 1,000 kilometres, 1,000 kilometres I should say, not 100,000, from Borroloola to Alice Springs to boarding school there as well. It's why I'm so incredibly proud to announce on my recent trip to Alice Springs funding to continue Labor's legacy of education for our remote kids. The funding offer included $10 million to upgrade the boarding facilities at Urara College, alongside $1.7 million for St Philip's College and $6.3 million for Yiperinya School.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister, for that response. How will this funding support schools in Central Australia to improve their facilities, and what difference will this make for First Nations students?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. The $18 million in funding is directly supporting schools like Urara College and St Philip's College to create better environments for learning and for growth. At Urara, the $10 million investment will upgrade and expand boarding facilities, ensuring students have access to comfortable and modern living spaces that support their educational journey. And it was wonderful to be with the Urara College students on that day, President, especially the senior students who talked about what they would like to see happen. St Philip's College will use its $1.7 million allocation to improve its facilities and provide a better boarding experience for First Nations students. And these upgrades will make a significant difference in ensuring students feel supported, safe and motivated to engage in their education. The Yiperinya School Board met shortly after the funding offer was made and unanimously voted to withdraw their application.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Stewart, second supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister, for that response. Following the withdrawal of Yiperinya School's funding application, what steps are being taken to reallocate the unused funding to benefit students and young people in Central Australia?
Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. The National Indigenous Australians Agency is currently exploring options to allocate this $6.3 million of the $18 million of funding to other important projects in Central Australia. The need in Central Australia is significant and our government is committed to ensuring this opportunity is not wasted. My agency will shortly provide me with advice about how we can reallocate the remaining $6.3 million to benefit the people of Central Australia by expanding educational opportunities and increasing residential facilities for remote students. And I do welcome input from those members opposite, and in particular the Shadow Indigenous Affairs Minister, in regards to that as well.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Van.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator McAllister. Minister, I note the announcement this week of an expert panel looking at reviewing the national energy market. The terms of reference weren't very specific. Are you able to share with the Chamber exactly what the panel has been tasked to review and make recommendations on?
Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, Senator, for the question. I don't have the terms of reference with me, and so I'm not able to share that with you, but I can make this broad observation, which is that the energy system, as you entirely understand, is undergoing a very significant transition. That transition is underway increasingly A very significant amount of the capacity in the grid is renewable, and we are seeing greater strain placed on the coal-fired power stations, which once formed the core of the electricity system, but are increasingly coming to the end of their life. The way that the rules of the national electricity market and all of the infrastructure around that market are organised need to be tailored to make sure that the investment conditions are suitable, and will continue to encourage investment in the technologies that we know are the most affordable technologies for new generation. And of course that is firmed renewables. We've had this conversation many times in this chamber, but it remains the case, despite the assertions of those opposite, that the cheapest form of new generation is firmed for renewables. It is considerably cheaper by the widest margin than nuclear energy. And I do note that the Coalition has repeatedly made promises to reveal their costings. I think it was in September that Mr Littleproud told us that all the costings were in fact practically done for all purposes, and this would all be out in the public domain by November. Well, clock's ticking. We have a handful of days in November. Where are these costings? These costings that Mr Littleproud said were in fact ready back in September. It might have even been August. This morning, Mr Taylor's asked about this, and Mr Taylor says, "Oh, I never said you'd have them by Christmas. I never said you'd have them by Christmas. You might get them before the election," honestly.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Van, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. As you would also be aware, and I bring to the Chamber's attention, that earlier this year the Energy Climate Change Ministerial Council released a review of the ISP. This review recognised quite a few gaps, and for those that are following along, it was apparent that these gaps not only need to be addressed but should have been addressed before now. Will the panel be making recommendations on those gaps?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President. And as I indicated in my response to your primary question, I don't have the terms of reference for the panel here with me. But I will say this: there is a power of work underway to deal with the many legacy issues that arise from a decade of neglect and dysfunction under the previous government. Some of that, and I know this will be of interest to you, Senator Van, is the recently released information from the Australian Energy Market Commission about the approach to smart meter rollouts. I think you have asked me on a number of occasions about how that is going to be handled, and the new rule in particular includes some very important customer safeguards, including protecting customers from potential cost risks by prohibiting any upfront costs ahead of a smart meter installation, and particularly importantly, introducing new explicit informed consent and notification requirements.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Van, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. As you are no doubt aware, the Senate is currently conducting an inquiry into energy planning and regulation. Its report is due to be tabled before Christmas. Will the government refer its findings and recommendations to the panel to be formally considered?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much. I will leave a decision about that matter to Minister Bowen. I can't preempt his decision or indeed the findings of the committee that you are involved in, Senator. But I can say to you that, of course, we want the panel to draw on the widest possible range of information in contemplating the issues that we've asked them to think about. And I think at the core of this is a need to ensure that we understand how the grid and the market will operate together to secure the interests of energy users and consumers as we continue through this transition. We've got a lot of policy settings in place to 2030, but the transition will continue beyond that. And we understand that reforms and policy reform is required to make sure that the investment that is required continues to flow into that sector.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash.
Thank you. And my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Mr Albanese has totally humiliated his Environment Minister, Tanya Plibersek, and his second preference allies in the Australian Greens by scuttling a deal on his so-called nature-positive laws, which in reality are laws all about killing mining investment and mining jobs. Isn't it true, however, that Mr Albanese is planning to reintroduce these laws or similar laws after the next election and has not abandoned these disastrous laws at all?
Good question. Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, can I say first, in relation to the first part of the question, which it seems that the Deputy Leader is arguing that there should be more bills added to the guillotine today, whereas before I thought she was, waxing quite outraged by the fact that the bills that.
Order.
Do you want me to give an answer, or do you just want to keep talking? All right, you want to keep talking, fine. You can just keep talking.
Minister Wong, have you finished your contribution? Otherwise, I'll invite the Senator. Order! 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 Senator McGrath. Senator Cash, do you want to... Order!
To respond. First, in relation to passing legislation, as I said, the Deputy Leader was waxing quite outraged this morning and now is suggesting that we should be adding a bill to the guillotine. In relation to the national environment laws, I think and I know that the Deputy Leader of the opposition is desperate to run a scare campaign in Western Australia, just so desperate. Obviously, we are very, very conscious of the importance of engagement with the states and territories about this. We are very conscious that delivering improvements to national environment laws will require common sense and cooperation, and that is the approach the government will be taking.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Will the Prime Minister give the Australian people, and in particular the people of Western Australia, an ironclad guarantee that is nature-positive legislation or any similar legislation will not be reintroduced into the parliament?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Yes. I would make the point, Senator, that my recollection is, and I might be wrong because there's a lot been happening, but my recollection is this legislation was a response to the review which was commissioned by your now Deputy Leader, Ms Lee. And so I know that doesn't sit well with your scare campaign, but Professor Graham Samuel made some very important observations and recommendations about the problem with Australia's environmental laws, including the fact that the laws were not working for business nor for the environment. But having said that, what you will continue to see from this government, and certainly from the Prime Minister, is a recognition that delivering improvements to legal frameworks around the country requires cooperation and common sense. That is the approach he has taken on all policy areas, and that is the approach that will be taken on this one.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Thank you. And every Western Australian knows that mining is the backbone of our state's economy. Why is the Prime Minister creating uncertainty and confusion in the mining sector by his refusal to completely abandon laws which will destroy investment and jobs in this sector?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Well, can I just remind the Deputy Leader that, in part, the reforms ensure faster, clearer decision-making for business, something that business has been calling for since 2020, which was when the former Minister for the Environment and the now Deputy Leader of the Opposition commissioned Professor Samuel to review the Act. So the problem with your scare campaign, Senator Cash, no, it is not. It is another Senator Cash scare campaign, as she always wants them, whether it's the dark ages. Do you remember how industrial law reform would take us back to the dark ages? This is a shadow minister who always goes too far, who always over-exaggerates, who always goes too far because, always says that things will close down Australia. We've heard it all before, and it's simply untrue, Senator Cash.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, the New South Wales Government has just withdrawn and refunded more than 23,000 COVID fines for offences like walking outside in the sun. This is in addition to 36,000 fines withdrawn in 2022. People who chose to fight these had police charges hanging over their head for years when the fines themselves were illegal all along. Your voluntary COVID review didn't say one word about these fines because it was specifically instructed by your government to turn a blind eye to everything state governments did. Why is the Prime Minister so scared of calling a Royal Commission with the power to take evidence on oath, subpoena documents and look at all aspects of state and federal government's response to COVID? Why won't you commit to calling a Royal Commission now?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you for the question. And while I do not agree with the view you take of these issues, you are, I will say, very consistent in the views that you put on these issues. And I would make a few points. The first is obviously the offences or the fines that you refer to are state jurisdiction, and I can't comment on how the states are approaching the enforcement or non-enforcement of those penalties. Obviously, that's a matter for the relevant state authorities. I appreciate that you have been consistent in calling for a broader inquiry. I did take the time, and I'm sure you did too, to look at not every page, but a fair bit of the inquiry that did come down. I thought it was a very thorough, very considered piece of work, which focused much less on pointing the finger and allocating blame than working out how Australia as a country, and particularly how the Commonwealth Government can learn from the experience of the pandemic. And that is the approach that the government is taking to this. I appreciate you had a different view about the federal government's response. There were certainly mistakes made. There were certainly things we could do better. We were very critical, for example, of the failure to assist stranded Australians after the borders were closed and so forth. But the focus of the review or the report was very much what did we learn from something that we have not experienced in our lifetimes before, and how, in an age of pandemics, can we ensure that we are better prepared for the next pandemic.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, President. Prime Minister Albanese was elected promising to govern with transparency. Within months of being elected, the government called a Royal Commission into robo-debt. It's now 30 months after you're elected to government and there is still no Royal Commission into COVID. Will you govern with transparency and call a COVID Royal Commission that goes way beyond what your inquiry did, or does your government's transparency promise only apply when it's politically convenient to you?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I think really that I'd refer you to the answer to your primary question. We have taken the view that rather than a process of allocating blame, that the most important thing as a country for us to do was to be upfront and very honest about mistakes that were made or areas where we could have done better, state and federal, but focus on how we better prepare the country, and particularly the Commonwealth Government, for the risk of future pandemics. So it is a very thorough report. It is a very thorough assessment of what we did well and what we didn't do well. It makes, I think, very good recommendations, including near-term and medium-term priority areas where we need to strengthen our capacity and our capability. And that is a good thing for us to do. It's an important thing for us to do. Pandemics are likely to be, regrettably, more prevalent, and so we need to be better prepared, and that's what we're focused on.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you. We agree accountability and justice are essential. We're not interested in blame. That's for future prevention. Throughout state and federal government's COVID response, endless things were labelled misinformation that turned out to be true. And the tens of thousands of vaccine injured and bereaved are owed massive compensation. Those are just the things we